Eagles. Eagles.
Welcome in, everybody, to a Football Friday edition of Birds 365 here on JAKIB Sports. I'm your host, Zander Krause. That's my co-host, John McMullen, wrapping up another week and in preparation for week number 4, Eagles versus Bucs this weekend. J-Mac, how you doing on this Football Friday, brother?
Doing well. Yeah, we're here. Another Football Friday, another game on the horizon, another Eagles win. I gave away my prediction. But we'll see. Obviously, they've had their troubles in Tampa. I think everybody forgets the context of those troubles. There's had some bad luck injury-wise going into a number of those games. The one time they had a semi-full deck, you never have a full deck in the NFL, but semi-full deck, they beat them by 2 touchdowns down there. So that's kind of how I frame this game. I think they're the better team. I know everybody's worried about the injuries. They're banged up. Tampa Bay's banged up more. Trust me. It's not even close. So from that standpoint, I think, the one thing I put in there is the Heat, because I don't agree with the way they've handled it by highlighting it, by emphasizing it. By moving up a day, they're leaving today instead of tomorrow after practice today. But by highlighting that, they're emphasizing that it's an issue, and I wouldn't put that in the players' heads. But that's intangible stuff, and when you get down to that low of a level, I don't think it matters that much. But I would have gone the other direction and said, we had some bad luck, and we're the better team, and we're going to go in there and win and use my regulars. That's how I would have handled it.
Yeah, we've had several Florida people text in, and they're like, "I've been here for 10 years. I'm not used to that."
Yeah, I know.
It sounds like I don't know what you're going to get accomplished in one day. But
and Vic Fangio himself blew it up. It's like you want to acclimate, get off the field. That's how you acclimate.
That's true.
Basically, is what. Yeah, obviously, I'm paraphrasing. He said 8 play, 10 play, 12 play drives. That's what you don't want. And that's where it starts to wear, especially defensively, especially with the defensive linemen, because that's the issue with those guys wearing down. And once the pass rush wears down, got more opportunity to make plays. Saw it again last night, saw it again with the Eagles. Like everybody says, what's the difference between the second half and the first half? Well, first of all, Jalen Hurts said we had to, basically. That was his quote.
I knew you were going to like that comment.
Well, it's true.
It went in line with what you were saying.
I think a lot of people, if you watch last night's game, like, how do you explain it? Seattle's dominating defensively. It's 20-6. It looked like Arizona couldn't do anything, and then it's touchdown at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And they tie the game, and they have a shitty kickoff, and Seattle wins it with a field goal at the buzzer. But they should have got out of there with an easy win, but they didn't. There's the same thing with tempo. Heat. Defensive football, modern defensive football is a rotational game when it comes to the front. There's a few guys, and we talk about them, that play all the time, but you never have 4. You never have 4 guys who can play relentlessly. I always compare it to the NBA. You got guys who can play 48 minutes, and if you had another game, you could play 48. They could play 48 minutes again. They're so well conditioned, but you never have 5 of those guys. It's the same thing with the pass rush. So the more you're on the field, and that's why teams go tempo so they can't substitute. And all of a sudden the pass rush starts to wither a little bit. But you can't, you also can't use that for 60 minutes because you're going to wear out your own guys. And then And Philadelphia should know this better than most, because a lot of these fans went through the Chip Kelly era. So when it's clicking, woo, it looks good. And when it's not clicking, then your defense is right back on the field after 30 seconds of three. There's a lot of bad to it as well. So that's why you can't just say, oh, go tempo all the time. It just doesn't work.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. No doubt about it. John, 5 times they've faced off against the Bucs since 2021. They're 1-4 in those games. Obviously, the one team, but I'm not buying into it. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I get it. At the same time, I also see, Celia was saying yesterday, I don't want to hear the excuse that you guys were hurt. Hey, welcome to the NFL. Everybody's hurt, and I get that too. So I understand that part of it. But I think the Eagles are well positioned.
I always, it's not an excuse because they lost you take advantage. Like Tampa Bay's banged up this week, as I just explained. They lose the game. It's not an excuse, but it is
one of the reasons, right?
It is an explanation of what happened. Now, there's also the 2021. That was Tom Brady was still there. That was the Bucs were better in 2021. And the Eagles were just sort of starting this thing. They were in the early periods of what they have become. So, I mean, there's individual 2021 Tampa was better. I mean, they dominated. Nothing to do. There were some injuries. There was that weird Josh Sweat situation where he had that serious health issue where a blood vessel burst and he couldn't play at the end of the game. We're like, what's going on with Josh? It was a very serious situation. And that happened right before the game, the day of the game. So there was some stuff, but Tampa was just better.
Yeah. 21
they were just better. 23 was obviously the collapse year. And they had a ton of injuries. AJ got hurt in week 17 against the Giants. Reed Blankenship got hurt. They had to play Avonte Maddox at safety. They also weren't playing well, so that factored into it. And then last year, the Eagles are going to lose. If AJ and Devontae and Lane Johnson weren't playing this week, I would switch my pick. They're going to lose. They're all going to play, including Lane. So, you could say it doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter from an excuse, but it is an explanation for when a team maybe doesn't play as well as you expect them to play.
Yeah, no,
that's why I say. Now, on the other hand, Todd Bowles has had their number, and he seems to have the best plan to deal with Jalen Hurts. And I think people are starting to copy that plan, to be honest, as I mentioned earlier in the week. Yeah. So they're going to blitz him, and I think the rate is 70% in games against Tampa Bay. So
is that how high it is?
Yeah.
70%. Wow. That is a crazy blitz percentage.
So it's gonna happen, and he's gonna try to make sure he's either in the pocket or he's rolling left. That's been the key to the plan. Don't let him escape right. And that's the way I think he's gonna handle it again. But he's also in, he might throw a curveball. You might say, they've seen this enough. Let's do something else.
Yeah, right. We'll see how it happens. It's going to be a good game this weekend, John. I agree with a lot of what you said there. One thing I want to bring up on last night's game, I'll get there in a second. I want to welcome and thank everybody for being here this morning. Don't forget to hit that like button. Philly to Chicago, thank you for the first super chat. If we smash through our super chat goal today, I will be doing a jersey giveaway on Zander Time. We'll do a couple other things as well after the show today. So appreciate everybody for being here. Hit that like button. We got to get to 200 likes today. All right, we got to get to 200 likes. John, one thing I noticed last night, and shout out to our boy Real Zeal in the chat who tweeted at me about it. Josh Sweat getting beat 30 yards downfield in coverage last night. I'm like, oh, man, that is Jonathan Gannon right there. 32 yards downfield. Josh Sweat got beat, but I thought that was I got a kick out of that a little bit. But he still had a good game. I think Josh Sweat. I know Yale says that he got called out in the broadcast.
I don't know if these guys know this, but Jonathan runs Vic's scheme.
I know he does.
I mean, Vic does the same shit, man.
I don't know though. I haven't seen Vic have a defensive end 32 yards downfield.
Yeah, he has. You haven't been watching enough. He has, and he's been coaching for a long time. All this comes from Vic Fangio.
I don't get that. Just like simply put, I don't get what you get out of your defense by doing that. I don't understand.
Well, again, it's not designed to cover the guy down the 30 yards down the field. The presumption, you're showing 4 to rush. You're replacing one rusher the quarterback thinks is coming with one who he thinks isn't coming, and the one drops into his responsibility. Now, you don't think that the flat defender, which is what Vic calls it, you don't think he's going to have to be in coverage for that long. So that's where I think the fans get to. Well, like they're saying, hey, Josh Sweat, go cover this guy for 5 seconds down the field. Sometimes it happens. And you're, by the way, that's a great job by Josh Sweat on that play.
It was.
He was right there. He's just got no ball skills that's a great freaking job by Josh
in other words,
Sweat.
If you get that far into the play though, you've probably already failed at what your goal was.
Exactly. So that's frustrating me. Vic does the same shit.
Yeah, I got you. Good stuff though. What'd you think of that game last night? Two NFC teams there. Arizona. I don't think Arizona. I don't know. I know you're a Jonathan Gannon guy. I think he has them playing a little bit better, but they just, I don't know. Kyler Murray, I just don't like him, John. I think it's more of a personal thing for me. I like Sam Darnold, though, man. I think Sam Darnold's going to have a chance to have another good year. He's already having a good year.
Are people people finally figuring out Sam Darnold can play?
Well, the question was Sam.
I got a lot of shit about Sam
incoming
Darnold.
Our pumpkin comments, though. He's turned to a pumpkin too many times.
People are idiots. I don't know what to tell you. The guy was top 5 MVP last year. But you have to, I mean, all quarterbacks, I always bring up, he's not the level that can make things happen on his own. He's got to be protected. He's got to have a good offensive line, but he's sort of like Jared Goff. Like, if you keep him clean, you're in trouble because he's tremendously accurate. He's probably one of the 4 or 5 most accurate quarterbacks in football. But, if you don't keep him clean, he's not going to make plays out of his what, where some other guys can do that. So it's kind of the framework of, but you've seen it with Patrick Mahomes now. Eagles fans haven't seen it with Jalen Hurts, but if they keep winning Super Bowls, they're probably going to Super Bowls. They're probably going to see it at one point. I think most people would default to Patrick Mahomes as one of the best quarterbacks they've ever seen, at least most people who aren't just blindly hateful of the Chiefs. And when he doesn't have protection, he doesn't look good. So, in a lot of ways, it's not. That is a commonality between every quarterback, no matter how talented they are. So, but he can throw the football. Sam can throw the football, and they're a better team than people think. I think because Mike McDonald's got that thing going on defense as well. Even though they, 20-6, game's over. They're playing great. They're swarming, and then urgency, get tired on the pass rush. Everybody's going fast. Touchdown. Happens all over the league all the time.
Yep, no doubt. Johnny Mac, let's dive into this Eagles versus Bucs game. We'll get to some key matchups in here. Hit that like button, everybody. We appreciate you guys being here. Starting, John, with the number one thing I think in this game, at least from my perspective, is the Bucs offensive line is just depleted, man. It just is. Yeah. They're missing a lot of guys in this game. A last week, John, they put their center at left tackle. How about that? I mean, Rob Motti said that yesterday, and I was
Yeah.
like, huh? Imagine Cam Jurgens playing left tackle. Now Graham Barton's a little bit more positioned to be able to do it there, but still, it shows you, what they're trying to
Yeah,
do.
he's a good player, by the way. Graham
He is.
Barton,
He's a great player.
to be able to do that. Yeah, but he's got, obviously, there's certain guys who are obviously versatile. He's got a lot of coming out. A lot of people. Where's he going to play? Because he could play a lot of different positions. I always go back to Zach Martin because Zach Martin, I believe, would have been a Hall of Famer at all 5 positions. Wherever you played him, he could have played. And that's rare. But and I don't want to compare him to Zach Martin, but Graham Barton's he's an interesting player because he's a 6'5" center, so he's more like Landon. And yeah, you could have played him at guard, you could play him at tackle, and he'd be a good player.
Yeah, no doubt. So they're missing their right tackle and their right guard coming into the game. It would be Luke Gedeke at their right tackle, Cody Mosher, I don't know how to pronounce his name, at right guard. And then instead it's going to be Luke Haggard at right guard and Charlie Heck at right tackle. So we'll see. I mean,
And Charlie Heck is questionable. He's been on the injury report.
Oh, is he
too.
questionable?
Yeah. I said, well, he's not. They haven't game status yet. That comes out today, but he was limited in practice Wednesday and Thursday. So they don't have game statuses until today's injury report, but he was limited in practice both Wednesday and Thursday.
And it's still not a guarantee, right, that Wirfs plays. I know he's kind of has a strong
No,
chance.
not a guarantee, but I think he's expected. But we're going to have J.C. Allen, hopefully, who covers the Bucs, and he can give us a better feel. But I think from everything I saw, the assumption is Tristan's going to be back. And Rob said yesterday, he might play left tackle, he might play right tackle, but he's been an all-pro at both. So they have some versatility with him and Barton. But, minimum, they're down 2 starters, as you mentioned, with Gedeke and Malk. So, and they might be down 1 more. And they're picking up guys off the street. I saw they signed Dan Feeney, who's been around forever, off somebody's practice squad. I think it was Buffalo. He's more of a center. So if they want to, play Barton somewhere else, you bring in somebody like that. But yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. And Baker's been taking a beating.
Yeah, and he's also not only his offensive line is banged up, but his receiving core. I mean, coming into the year, that you could have argued they had one of the best receiving cores in the NFL with Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and then they added Emeka Egbuka. Now Evans is out. Godwin is returning from an injury. I don't know if how healthy he's going to be. Egbuka's pretty good though. Three games so far, John. 181 yards and 3 touchdowns for the rookie. So he's a good player, but it does feel like Baker's kind of with a lessened offensive line, a lessened receiving core. The running game hasn't been working too great in Tampa Bay. It's kind of all been on Baker Mayfield, but
Yeah, and they've been winning games in a last-second fashion that maybe very similar to the Eagles. Maybe they're not the prettiest things in the world, but they've been finding ways to win games. And Baker's been doing those heroics, but he had a fumble at the end of the Houston game, and they just couldn't get it. Houston couldn't get it, and Tampa Bay got it, and they go down and win. They've been living on that same edge where if a play goes one way, they're in the losing column. But if you look at their rankings from PFF, it looks like pass blocking and run blocking are their 2 worst categories early in the season. Again, small sample size, but that's due to the injuries. And Wirfs hasn't been out there, and they've lost 2 guys. And so they've had a difficult time. And it makes sense because, even the Eagles, as gifted as they are, you saw what happened when Lane got down, at least for a while before they at least settle it down with Fred Johnson. But things can happen quickly. And a lot of people say the Eagles' offensive line is not playing well in comparison to what we usually expect. They're not. But again, when you contextually put it against the rest of the league, it's not that bad.
Yeah, right.
And you're going to see that, I think, this week in Tampa because they're having some issues.
John, if the Eagles are going to beat the Bucs this week and kind of start to correct the narrative that the Bucs have their number, even AJ said, "Well, we're 1-4 versus them." It's fair to say that. I love it. AJ's been he's always been honest, but this year I feel like he's got an extra little honesty going to him right now, which is good to listen to.
By the way, AJ confirmed for all the conspiracy theorists, Kevin Petula was calling the plays in the second half.
Yeah, well, we all knew that.
Joke.
John, what do they have to do to get to win this game? You know, if you're the Eagles, what's your plan coming in? How do you deal with the blitz from Ty Ball? How do you manage this to kind of get in there and get ahead of it and play better versus a team that you really haven't played that well against recently?
Well, Jordan Mailata was talking about it yesterday. I mean, what I think the biggest issue for them early in the season has been blitz pickup and communication, and maybe he said overcomplicating things. They expect it to be amped up against Tampa. So, it's one thing they focused on this week pretty significantly. Having that communication, making sure you're sliding the right direction, making sure you're identifying who's coming, who's not coming as best as you can. And they just got to handle it better. So I know everybody hates that word, but you continually hear that word, and you heard it from Jalen, you heard it from Nick, you heard it from Jordan Mailata. You gotta do your job. And what is that word? Execution. And it's the boringest word for a football fan because they don't believe it, but that's what it is. If they do everything correctly, it looks good. And if they don't, it looks poor. It's as simple as that, really. If you want to boil it down, there's no secret to, guys blitzing.
Yeah.
Did you identify it? Did you slide the protection the right way? Did you communicate it to everybody? Is everybody on the same page? In other words, there's no secret to handling Todd Bowles' blitz versus Steve Spagnuolo's.
Yeah, but I think at large, isn't there a way to correct this? I mean, everybody's blitzing the Eagles more than most. So they've obviously identified it as a way to attack the Eagles defensively. How did the Eagles correct that and make them pay? They have to get hot routes into it. Is that really, you think, probably the main thing to be able to correct this?
Well, there's hot routes built into the offense. Like there's this is something I've talked about. There's hot routes built into a high school offense. So the nature, what am I? Hey, why don't you call a hot route? Nobody calls a hot route. They're built into the offense. If you go up, number one, you have to get out of the huddle as quickly as possible because you have to be at the line of scrimmage to have time to survey what's going on. Then at that point, it turns into, everybody communicating from the quarterback, the center, identifying because they, Cam's involved with it as well. All right, who's coming? Where are we going to slide protection? Let's make sure the tight ends have the information. Let's make sure that goes out to the receiver. So you'll see it sort of expanding out on the offense, which is more difficult on the road. So number one, I would say, I would say if you want to blame the coaches, and everybody wants to blame the coaches, pay attention to how quickly they're getting up to the line of scrimmage. Because if it's late in the play clock, the coaches got to do a better job. They got to speed things up and get the play in quicker. It's interesting because I said, boy, unfortunately, and I've been harsh on J.J. McCarthy because I think he played just terrible football, and he was on back-to-back night games. So I got to see both of those games, and he played. But one thing I noticed was he was going late into the play clock, and I was kind of saying, boy, O'Connell's got to do a better job getting the play in, getting them up to the line of scrimmage quicker. A lot of issues with that with a young quarterback. And then Carson went in, and those issues didn't exist anymore. So even that, you don't know if it's the quarterback or how quickly it's coming in. In that case, it's obviously the quarterback, because Carson's not known for being great at that either. And it was so much better. It was so much better. So you don't know it, but if they're getting up to the line of scrimmage late in the play clock, it's not a good thing against Todd Bowles. You want to get up there as early as possible, make a decision, and see what's going on. And then, but as far as the hot route thing, which I know everybody, but they're just not good at it. They're just not good at it. They're trying.
But that is on the quarterback. I know you keep saying fans aren't ready for this conversation, which I don't like. I don't like that as a comment, though. Be honest with us. What is it?
I've been honest. I've been honest, and they're not ready for the conversation. They're not good at it.
They're going to have to deal with it. I think that's probably one of the next phases, though, of Jalen Hurts' progressions at the line of scrimmage. He didn't do all the protections in the Jason Kelce era. Now he's taken on more of it. He's gotten good at checking between pass and run, but he also has to add in the ability to check into a hot route. I think that's fair to say. Is it on the quarterback, though? They're mostly built into the offense. Prior,
it is,
right?
It is on the quarterback, unless it's too late, which is why I bring up the play clock. It's on the quarterback. At that point, It's on the quarterback. And that's every quarterback. It's not just Jalen. That's every quarterback. Now, with younger quarterbacks, some people have a tighter leash and they don't allow them to do things. With other quarterbacks, like Tom Brady being the most notable, you let him run the whole show if you're not an egomaniac. And obviously Jalen's not at that point, but he's a lot higher than JJ McCarthy. So on the scale, but they don't. It's like you saw that seam route, and that was down the field to Dallas Goedert, which was a hell of a throw, a hell of a, rip. You rarely see him throw that. He's not comfortable throwing over the middle of the field to begin with. And here's the other part, if you to give the people some ammunition to blame the coaching staff. I think they've beaten in the idea that don't turn the ball over at all costs. And, the easiest way to turn the ball over, is throwing over the middle. You saw, and a lot of times it's not your fault. Think about Kansas City and Travis Kelce at the goal line. It's not Mahomes' fault.
Right.
But the ball pops off his hands, interception, turnover. It's going the other way. Jalen Hurts is 19-20. We've talked about the extraordinary run of running and run of winning. They are hyper focused on not turning the football over, and he's being very, very cautious with the football.
Yeah, and part of him, I think, believes it, obviously, because of the success. All Jalen Hurts needs is to win. I think, you know what I mean. And when they win, it's like, all right, I'm not going to question what we're doing. All I want to do is get the W. So I think that's kind of changed. That Jalen doesn't push it much more, but I do believe, they do have to progress in that regard. How much do you put on the Jalen height thing? He's only like 6'1" or
a little bit, because I actually brought it up to him and he actually admitted, yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah. So big offensive lineman.
And that was when Mekhi was here, because I was like, I can't believe they're playing Mekhi at guard because he's just so big. And when you have a 6'8" guy and you're a 6'2" guy, yeah, it's tough to see him. You can't see over him. So, I mean, and Landon 6'6", and even Tyler Steen is 6'5", and Lane is 6'6", and Jordan 6'8". Yeah, it's a thing. And he said, which I was surprised when I asked him the question, and he admitted, yeah, that's his exact quote. It's a thing. So a little bit, but they've had tremendous success. But I do think that explains some of why they don't throw the football over the middle all that much, because the offensive line is so big.
Yeah, good stuff there. We got a couple super chats we'll get to this morning. Appreciate everybody for being here. Hit that like button. We're going to continue to break down and prepare for this Eagles versus Bucs Week 4 matchup. Both teams sitting at 3-0 right now. There's not many teams left that are undefeated this early in the year. I'm surprised. I think it's only like 5 or 6 teams. I have to get the actual number for you guys. Philly to Chicago says, good morning, Big Z and J-Mac. Worried about the edge rotation going forward. Does Howie try to make an actual move now? Birds 27, Bucs 20. I like that score. That's a good score. But on that edge, I agree with you, Philly to Chicago. John, your response?
Yeah, well, you're not going to make a meaningful move at this point. He's made plenty of moves. They're just not splashy moves. I thought it was a problem. This is one of the problems I envisioned. Nolan Smith holding up. I think getting Zadarius here was a big move. That one was meaningful.
Can you imagine if we didn't?
I think he becomes more important. But now Azeez Ojulari and more so Josh Uche is going to play more, but Azeez has got to play for the first time. Or Obo. Could be either. They have to step up. And Alex Hunt's got to keep getting better and better. Refine that pass rush. And you need reps, because the more Zadarius plays, the more he's going to get worn down. Like, he's going to play well, but he's going to get worn down. And you want to keep him in that 30 rep sort of realm.
Well, he's not going to be there this week.
And just pass rush. Well, I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to do it purposefully because he came in so late. I think they're going to get, but then as he gets more, especially in Tampa with the heat as well. But I think later in this run without Nolan, you're going to see him up at 50 in other games.
Right.
Or something like that. And
you don't think this week, though?
No, not in that heat.
Not. So all right, so when Zadarius Smith is on the bench, who are we looking at? Jalix Hunt and Josh Uche?
Yeah, Uche. Jalix is going to play. Jalix is the one who's going to play a lot. Josh is going to get up to probably in the 30s, and Azeez has probably in the 20s. I keep saying Azeez. It might be Obo. Obo probably can play a little bit more, but he's more of a, I would say, well-rounded guy. If you want to pass rush, I'd go Azeez. So he might, it's an issue. Well, I'm not going to, but I've been saying.
Uche's, as Dang says in the chat, Uche's been pretty good. He's been graded out really well, but he's undersized. So you got Jalix and Uche out there who are two really small edge rushers. It's going to be tough to set the edge that way.
I mean, it's not just about Nolan Smith proves that. It's not just about size.
Yeah, Jalix is pretty good about it, as you mentioned.
Yeah, Jalix is actually a better run defender than a pass rusher, which I think surprises people. Certainly in Vic's mind, he's a better run defender. I don't think, I'm not too concerned about that. That's another thing I was thinking about the whole way, because people are like, the Eagles play poorly against the run. It's like Vic plays like the rest of the league. Like I always say, nobody wants to play like the Eagles offensively. Nobody wants to play like the Eagles offensively. So Vic plays defense. He doesn't play defense to stop the Eagles. He plays defense to stop everybody else. So he's not worried about the running game until the running game becomes a problem. And by that, I don't mean 90 yards. I mean Saquon 2024 level. Like if you're giving up 150, 160, then he's got a problem with it. Then he'll drop down the extra defender. But the whole point of his defensive scheme, which so many people has copied, is the extra guys in pass coverage. Helping out on the back end. That's
The
the
Rams
whole
did have
point.
160 last week. I do agree with you, but
No,
the Rams
I
did.
meant one guy. I mean one guy. But the point is, he's willing to give it up
Right.
if it's those increments. 5 yards, 6 yards, 7 yards.
It's not the first thing his defense is trying to do.
No.
When you have last year, that's the rare instance where you're great against the run and you're great against the pass.
Well,
which is what made last year's defense so special, though.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, because if you ask Vic, he'll say, like every defense. If you ask every defensive coordinator, well, we got to stop the run first, because they want to get everybody in obvious pass situations. So it's not like he doesn't want to stop the run, but he wants to stop the run with a 4-man front, if at all possible. And he was able to do that. But as I said, he also plays 5-man fronts when he's having more of an issue. And he even plays 6-man fronts, as he's done in the past when and he did it last year against the Saints, when the Saints got up to that great start, and he was actually worried about stopping the run. So he changes. But if things are clicking like they were last year, and they were able to stop the run with 4, that's the perfect scenario. And that's why they had the number 1 defense and the dominant. But how many times have I said it? Last year, the Eagles defense was better than the Eagles offense by every objectionable measure. Number 1 defense, dominant in the Super Bowl all the way, controlled the Super Bowl. The Eagles defense was the better unit. But I have also said they couldn't match up with the Eagles offense if the Eagles offense was clicking, because the Eagles offense would just bully the shit out of them.
Right.
And just last year's, not this year's. And just run the football down their throats, or force them to come out of what they were doing against everybody else. But the larger point, if everybody's following, is Vic's not trying to stop the Eagles. He's trying to stop everybody else, which highlights what I've been telling you. Nobody plays the way the Eagles play.
Yeah,
with the exception of a little bit Baltimore.
Good stuff, Philly to Chicago. Appreciate the super chat. ZZZ. What's up, brother? Appreciate this. I like this guy's name. I don't know what it means. I guess it just means snoozing. If we get more of a balance going, or get Saquon back to form, we could very well be 8-0 before the bye, before we even possibly look at a loss. Well, if you get through Tampa, you're going to start thinking about that. But John will say you got to take it a game at a time.
Nick would he can't think that way. Don't worry about Sunday.
Yeah, well, ZZ's not Nick. He can think about whatever the hell he wants.
No, he can, but I'm just saying, you can't force other people. Like, I don't, because it's not just the Eagles, because every NFL team approaches it the same way. Some of them do it poorly, some of them do it well. They're not saying, oh, if we win this game, we're going to be 8-0. Who's hurt in those 4 weeks?
Right.
Yeah,
but to his point, though, again, I know we don't like to do this, but Bucs this weekend, you get through that, then you have Broncos, Giants, Vikings, Giants. So Vikings are a good team, but I don't know, maybe some questions there about the quarterback. Well, Wentz, he played good last week. Did you see any of the Wentz game last week? Did you catch up on any?
Yeah, I watched it because I wanted to see Carson.
Yeah, I rewatched it.
He didn't play that well, but he played a lot better. It was really a defense.
I thought he played all right. I don't think he made any bad reads.
Well, he didn't make mistakes.
He still has that zing on the football, man.
He still holds on to the ball too much. And that he's susceptible to get fumbled. And I'm sure, I think they're playing Pittsburgh and Dublin.
And sacks. He takes bad sacks.
And so some of that, but he's so much better than the alternative. And their defense is really good. So of those games, like Denver could beat them for the same reason. Minnesota could beat them. Minnesota probably more because it's out there. And that's a really difficult place to play, really loud. But yeah, the Giants are easy. I wouldn't say the other 2 teams are easy. They'll bite you in the ass if you go in with that.
Broncos. Yeah, I agree. Should be good. ZZZ, thanks for the super brother. Tyler Braswell, what's up, Tyler? Hoping for a multiple sack game. JC needs to blow up the O-line. I'll tell you what, Jordan Davis too, man. I was rewatching the All-22 again, John. Jordan Davis is jumping off the page. He's playing a lot of three-tech, dude. He's playing a lot of regular defensive
Yeah,
tackle.
he's playing well. He's playing well.
Really
Now
well.
this
All
is
over.
a bit.
I mean, he's not just, we talk about him as, nose. He's not just a nose. He's not at
No.
all.
Well,
Yeah.
he was always going to play three technique. The question is, could he play it effectively?
Oh, he's doing it.
He's doing it in a over a 3-game stretch, and right now he's been better than, if you're going to be honest, he's been better than Jalen Carter through 3 games. He's also, a lot of hype over Morrow coming in, hasn't developed to that level.
I'm gonna have to eat my crow on that one, Johnny.
He's played fine. It's just not,
I think I remember saying he was going to be what Milton Williams was. I don't think that one's
the way Milton's playing good. Milton's still playing good with a bad team.
Yeah, he is. He is. I'm
happy
for him.
So am I. Good dude. Morris played fine. It's just, I think that's a very difficult guy to replace. But, I mean, it's all been great with Jordan Davis. I'm just looking at the snap counts. Now, remember, they're a little bit elevated. I actually thought Jordan was playing more. They're in a dead heat, 130 to 130. Morrow, Jomo, and Jordan Davis. Now, part of that is because Jalen Carter didn't play in that first game, so somebody had to get those reps, and Byron Young was a part of it as well. But I'll be interested to see how that develops, especially in Tampa. I think they got it. They got to be a little bit cautious with Jordan, even though he's doing a better job and he's in better shape. I don't want him out there, Jalen Carter level of snaps. But Morrow continue to get better. And I still think, to your point about sacks, though, because the questioners point about sacks, they'll get more sacks this week, because part of it is, again, you got to look at the other team. Stafford's getting the ball out.
So is Baker. Baker's the number 1 in the league is Mahomes. Number 2 in the league is Baker, 2.6.
He extends plays, and if you extend plays, you have an opportunity for more sacks. Like the guys like Brady, Peyton, the guys who can't move and get the ball out on time, they're really, really difficult to sack. Really, really difficult. And the guys who extend plays, and Baker's in that category, then you have a chance to elevate those sack numbers.
I agree with you. You're right. Baker can get out of there. But you do look at the time to throw on next-gen stats. He is 2.6, second to only Mahomes. So and Stafford's 3 at 2.61. So he does get the ball out, but he will have a propensity to extend a play. And without the receivers they have, maybe you open up some opportunity for some sacks that way, because his guys aren't
again, look at the sacks too. If you're obsessed with sacks, what kind of sacks are they? Last week, the Eagles had 1 sack. I thought they had a good pass rush. So A, I don't care. But B, their 1 sack was the great Jordan Davis play. And it was a great play when he stopped Matthew Stafford from getting the first down and chased him down. That was a sack. That was the sack. Didn't look like a sack because he was running the football, but that's by the rules of the game, that's a sack, because he was stopped for no gain. Wasn't even a loss. He was stopped for no gain. So all sacks are not created equal.
He has 6 sacks so far this year, Baker, but we'll see what the D-line can get home this week. Matt NG, what's up, brother? Isn't it smart to rest Bond now after tweaking his knee? He's already in a brace. Keeping him healthy for the stretch run feels crucial.
No, Zach's fine. He was wearing the brace on Wednesday. We talked to him yesterday. He was trying it out to see if he needs it down the road. That's NFL football. He was back to a compression sleeve. He's going to play. I mean, that's you don't. There's only 17 of these things. and guys get banged up. And when you have somebody who's willing to play through it, they play. Should Lane, if you want to take it to that, should Lane be playing with a stinger? Probably not. Should Jacorian Bennett talked to Jacorian yesterday. We finally know he strained his pec. He strained his pec against Dallas, and he was playing through it, and then he aggravated it. Guys play hurt every week in this league. If Jihad's got a triceps, you want to sit him down?
Wait, Jihad's got tricep too?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, he missed practice on Wednesday. He was back yesterday, limited. He's going to play too. A lot of guys are banged up.
Yeah,
and
it's
they
just
play
the
through it.
NFL. It is. Are you concerned at all right now, John, about the early injury report of the Eagles and where they are health wise through only 3 weeks at this point, or no?
No, I mean, look at Tampa. There's so many
Yeah,
teams.
I know, but
banged.
I'm not comparing it to Tampa. I'm comparing it to how they've been in previous
Well,
years.
that
Where they've remained very healthy, which is part of their success, though.
I warned that was coming. It's still, for the most part, been very clean for the Eagles. Yeah, when you see people on the injury report, and the Eagles don't do as much of it, but you'll see, especially veteran teams. I know Pittsburgh rests like Cameron Haywood and Watt and all those guys. They don't even practice, and they'll be playing. The Eagles don't do as much of that because they don't. As Big will tell you, they don't practice that hard, but or not that long. But yeah, I mean, there's so many guys that are injured that you never even know about. They don't even hit the injury report because they don't want to alert anybody else of what they're dealing with. There's so many guys. That's one of the things about the NFL that I think, of all the things that I think maybe fans don't understand, is when somebody's out there, they're not necessarily 100%.
Yeah, right.
So if you say, why can't so-and-so play like he did against so-and-so? Sometimes they're banged up and they're playing through stuff because they're better than the alternative.
There's only one guy I think that should maybe need to get healthy, and I don't think they're going to do it anyway. It's Landon Dickerson. He just hasn't been the same this year.
Well, there's a perfect example. Yeah, he hasn't, because he's playing through some stuff.
Yeah,
because he's better than the alternative.
I don't think he's ever gonna get better this year because it's just such a tough position. I mean, there's no way he goes into a game and comes out healthier than he was before the game when you're playing that position, especially the way he plays it, very physical. The way the Eagles play, in general, is very physical on the offensive line. I think that would be the one guy I would say, if possible, I'd like to see Landon get healthier, but I get it. I understand where you're coming from.
Well, yeah, it's not even where I'm coming from. It's where they're coming from. It's like, all right, if you're hurt, there's that mentality in football. If you're hurt, you can play. If you're injured, you can't play. And by that, they mean, all right, either you're not capable of playing because you had surgery, or you need surgery, or it's a pain threshold thing. And some guys have higher pain thresholds than other guys, but yeah, it is a brutal sport. And yeah, so many guys are banged up. I always say, watch quarterback on Netflix, see some of those guys and what they go through just to play in a game. And they're never on the injury report. The 1 year, it was Cousins. He was never on the injury report. Guy can't even move during the week. He's got to use Wednesday and Thursday to get ready, just to get out there to practice a little bit. And then he plays in the game and he wouldn't even know it. They're a tough lot.
Yeah, they are.
And Zach's like Zach Bond specifically. He's like, I'm just trying it out in case I needed it. Because that's his mentality.
Yeah.
He's like, are you going to play? You got to play. He's like, why wouldn't I play? I'm not leaving the game.
Good stuff. Shit, my mouse keeps dying. I got to charge this damn mouse. Fucking thing on the mouse. We got one more super chat I want to get to. I think it's going to fire you up, this final super chat. Just give me a second. I got to get the mouse going. But yeah, the offensive line is definitely something to keep an eye on. I don't know. Do you think they're going to get the run game going this week? It's not really the team to get it going against. They're really good against the run. Typically, I think 6th in the NFL right now, and they have Vita Vea. But a lot of people wait. I think the Eagles are waiting for Saquon to kind of find his rhythm a little bit this year, and that's kind of why I said about landing, because I think that's one of the parts of it. They're just last year, John. I forget what the stat was where Saquon was just. He didn't get hit until like 2 or 2.5, 3 yards down the field. I think it was like longest in the NFL. Now it feels like he's getting hit in the backfield almost every run. So I was hoping I'm wondering how that's going to continue to evolve.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been great. I think the offensive line hasn't played as well. I do think, Saquon's part of it as well. I don't think he's playing as well. I think there were so many big plays last year. Maybe he's gone into the mode that he's looking for the big play a little bit too much instead of taking what's there. I think that would help. But his grades are troubling too. And you have to at least wonder if all the touches took an effect, because Derrick Henry's playing poorly too. Didn't expect that.
Yeah, 3 fumbles, 2 of them late in the game. He's got to get that fixed.
But I mean, his I was just looking him up. His grades are bad.
Henry's?
Well, Henry's and Saquon's.
Oh yeah, Saquon's real bad too. And pass protection, I think Saquon's like very bottom of the league.
Yeah, he's been an issue in blitz pickup, but I think it's funny. He's usually, there aren't a lot of great blitz pickup running backs in the NFL, and he's usually been well above average, I would say, but he's been below average. But there's still like a shitload of backs worse than him.
Yeah,
even with his poor grade. His running grade troubles me, because I think it's tied to that mentality. I think he's trying to look for the big play a little bit too much.
Yeah, he might be. Let's go one more super chat here. Real Zeal checks in. What idiot drops Josh Sweat into coverage to get beat for 30+ yards? Gannon.
Yeah, I don't know what that. I already talked about that. I don't think you understand what's going on. No offense, Real Zeal, but the Eagles do it all the time. Jonathan Gannon copied Vic Fangio, and now Nick Rollis, who, by the way, Nick's getting a lot of pub. Good for him. He's a good dude. He's the Eagles linebackers coach. Everybody think he's going to be a future head coach now, which is interesting, but we'll see how that works out. But they run Vic's scheme, man. Vic is the king of the flat defender. But when you
flat
see
defender is different than 30, but I hear
you didn't hear me. You didn't hear me, because if it goes the right way, he's not 30 yards down the field. That was actually a hell of a play by Josh Sweat to be in the vicinity.
He's going to play by Darnold too.
Yeah.
Look out to the outside.
But the Eagles do it all the time. You just got to get home quicker, because it's not designed for the edge rusher to be 30 yards down the field. So, I applaud Josh Sweat for being able to at least make it difficult. But yeah, if you don't get home and you're dropping an edge, it'll look shitty.
Yeah. No, it will. How do you think Gannon's done over there with that team?
Yeah, I think that, shouldn't be a surprise. They have a pretty good defense. I think they're in a tough division. That's a good division. They're all good teams. So I think he's up against it from that standpoint. I think they're probably the worst team in that division, but I think they're a good team. They were, I think they were, what were they, 2-1 going into that game? So they're 2-2. They're a heartbeat away from going away. That's just a difficult division. That I think is the best. The NFC North is good too, still. But Chicago kind of dims that. But yeah, I like that division. And San Francisco, I warned you about San Francisco.
Yeah, they're still banged up again, though, man.
They are banged up, but their schedule is so stinking easy.
I know, they're 3-0.
Like they're going to be the team that wins a lot of games that really isn't that good. They're going to be that team.
I still think the Rams are going to win that division.
Well, I think the Rams are the best team. Well, Seattle's pretty good too.
Seattle's pretty good, yeah. 3-1. They're 3-1 to start the year. Darnold looks pretty good again.
I'd rather at this stage, if you protect him, boy, Sam Darnold, man, he can throw the football.
You love Sammy Darnold. You loved him last year too.
Well, I predicted. I thought his year with Kyle Shanahan would help him. You see what Kyle Shanahan did with Mac Jones. So I had no idea, but I thought, boy, I'd like to see Sam Darnold because not only is he got a year to work with Kyle, but then he was going to work with O'Connell, and I said, just keep an eye on that. Now, I didn't expect that they'd win 14 games. I just thought he had a chance to turn it around, and he did. And now he's doing it with the Seahawks, and the Seahawks, for those who don't know, hired Clint Kubiak to be the offensive coordinator, who is a Shanahan, O'Connell type guy, runs the same offense, same type of a lot of play action. So yeah, they're set up as long as they can pass protect, which hasn't been a strength of Seattle, but they look better. I haven't seen a lot of them, but I saw them last night. They have a better offensive line than they typically do. And they have a good running game, at least when they get it going. They have a very good back. They're pretty good. And the defense is, obviously that's the strength of the head coach. So the defense is pretty good as well.
Yeah, good stuff. We'll get to a commercial break. I want to thank everybody for being here. Hit that like button. When we come back, I want to talk to John about the best matchups in the game. So player matchups. Obviously, you're going to have a Buca out there. There's a couple good. Bucky Irving is a guy that I like on that Bucs team. And then where do the Eagles have the matchup advantages? So we'll do that when we come back here on Birds 365. Appreciate everybody for being here. We got a good crowd in here, as we always do. We appreciate all of you guys. Hit that like button. We got to get to 200 likes today, and there should be no excuses why we don't get there. So hit that like button, everybody. We'll be right back in 3 minutes on Birds 365.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica, who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Welcome to the Jet Setters and the High Rollers, to the Shot Takers and the Tastemakers. Welcome to the Viewfinders, the Thrill Seekers, and the Night Owls. Welcome to everything you could possibly want on one 5-mile island. Welcome to the Wildwoods. Book your stay today.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
He's blocked well and tries to cut through the middle. Oh!
Your gut says Miami is going to win and you should take the over. Your gut also said your NFT selfies would only go up in value. They didn't. But your head is on Sports Grid and knows the QB is in concussion protocol. The backup has a 45 QBR against the zone coverage. The New York D has the most sacks in the league. So yeah, trust your head. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Welcome back in, everybody, to a Football Friday edition of Birds 365 here on JAKIB Sports. I'm your host, Zander Krause. That's my co-host, Johnny Mac, John McMullen. Getting ready for the Week 4 matchup. Eagles are 3-0. Bucs are 3-0 coming into this game. It'll be in Tampa Bay. John, what's the weather looking like down there? 90-plus again, right? It's going to be, it should be 90-plus like it always is in Tampa in September.
Yeah, last time I checked, it was low 90s, about 65% humidity. That was yesterday. It can change on a dime, though. But, yeah, it's going to be hot. I mean, Rob said it yesterday. Rob was down there. He asked me afterwards if I was coming down. I'm not coming down, but he said, oh well, because, I hate missing games. But he said, well, at least you don't have to deal with the heat. It's always hot. And more than the heat, I really think the humidity is the biggest problem. And I think it showed up the last couple of days here in Philadelphia. It's been unbelievably humid. I think maybe it helps the Eagles. But obviously it's a different level down there because you have the heat coupled with the humidity. It's an issue, but I think it'll really show up if the defense is on the field for lengthy periods and they can't, and they have to be out there for 12 plays, 13 plays. So I think it's more important to get off the field as quickly as possible. I think that's how you deal with the heat.
Yeah, no doubt about it. John, matchups coming into the game. Where do you think the Eagles have the biggest advantage in this game, personnel-wise, matchup-wise in this game?
Well, I kind of always default to offensive line, defensive fronts. Unfortunately, the Eagles are a little bit hampered after losing Nolan Smith. Obviously, to me, that's even with the loss of Nolan Smith, like there's some matchups you should be able to take advantage of because their offensive line is such an issue. It's got to be a big game for Jalen Carter. It's got to be a big Zadarius Smith game. And Hassan Reddick, Lane's going to shut him down. I guarantee you that. So from that standpoint, on the other side, same thing. That they do have trouble with Vita Vea, but everybody has trouble with Vita Vea. So this might not be the week to push it to death. One of the rare points, and this is one of the rare teams that did stop him. Now, that was also a penalty when they stopped him. So, again, it's a shit show. But he's tough to move. And more than the tush push, because I don't think it's that meaningful, is the running game. So, it's tough when you have that big guy in the middle and you gotta put two people on him and you can't move them. It just makes it tougher. But to me, the biggest story of the game is the blitz, and Todd's going to bring it. again, 70% over the last 3 games. And they're doing it so much because it works. So the Eagles got to figure out something, and whatever that looks like, if it's just go route them to death, can let AJ go get the football over Zion McCollum, do it, but do it consistently. Don't get behind the sticks, don't take the sacks, don't do that stuff. Even if it's throwing it away to live to play another down, don't get behind the sticks.
Yeah, well, I think they will. I think they will do that. And then when you look at the Bucs, John, where do you think the Eagles are disadvantaged in this game from a matchup perspective?
Yeah, I don't think the Bucs have a ton of talent. I do think they're more intangibly good, and by that I mean like Baker makes plays. I do think the running game's got a nice 1-2 punch with Bucky Irving and Rashad White. You got the power guy, you got the speed guy, the explosive, sort of like a poor man's Sonic and Thunder, whatever the Sonic nickname is, with Gibbs and Montgomery. The receivers would typically be what you would look at, but Mike's not going to be there. Mike Evans and Chris Godwin is just ramping up, so I don't see that as big of a concern as it typically would be. Because when healthy, I would talk about that as perhaps a issue. But yeah, I mean, I think the Eagles are pretty significantly up and down the roster, pretty just a better football team.
Yeah, no doubt about it, John. I think so too, coming into this game. But in Tampa, and you got a team that has played the Eagles pretty well in the last 5 games that they've played versus each other. So we'll see how it all shakes out this week. And I think you got to get AJ Brown involved. I mean, I know you had obviously I don't want to call it controversial, but a game that kind of created a lot of talk after what they did last week offensively. Do you think they come out and build on that performance and try and continue to keep AJ involved? I mean, I think it's been kind of the tale of 2 extremes, John, where I don't think you're going to see the second half consistently. But at the same time, I don't think they have to go back to what they did week 1 and 2 consistently either, where AJ has 35 yards in 2 games. So it's like I think you got to get him involved more, but I'm also not saying to completely abandon what they're doing offensively. Just understand you got a Hall of Fame level receiver on the outside. Get him involved in the game plan. Is that a fair way to look at it?
Well, I've been lucky enough to say he's always in the game plan. That's the thing. That's like a huge disconnect, I think, with the idea that they don't have AJ Brown in their game plan. Like Nick talks about this all the time. He goes back to Larry Karras, which is, I got to put a quarter in the swear jar in the media house. When he was interviewing, he tells the story when he was getting interviewed for his first coaching job at Mount Union. Larry Karras asked him, what offense do you want to run? And he started to go into a spiel of what he thought, he's a young coach, what he thought the guy wanted to hear. And he immediately stopped him and said, you don't even know what your players are. In other words, say nothing. Say, I want to build around your players. So since early in his career, he's got on the game plan, the Eagles have a section for, and they're football guys, so they use numbers, 11, 6, 88. There is never a week where those guys are not in the game plan specifically, and it goes in that order. AJ, Devontae, and the passing game I'm talking about, and Dallas Goedert. There's never a week where they're not in the game plan, heavily featured in the game plan. Can you get to it? That's the circumstance of the game. And that generally takes care of itself. Sometimes it doesn't. And that's when they have these ugly games because of the way they play. Part of it is just the way they play. Again, run first, which is rare in the modern NFL. It's getting more because of what they, more teams realize they have to help young quarterbacks, I think. So it's having that little bit of bounce back to what it used to be, but not to the point where people aren't more concerned with the passing game. So it generally takes care of itself. Circumstance, and you saw it last week in the second half. But he's always in the game plan. There is literally never a week where he's not the top option in the passing game. Never, not once. So, I mean, do they get to it is the question. And
I think even when they don't get him the ball, he makes an impact on the game, obviously, which is another thing that I think, not everybody understands. Most people, I think people in our chat do, but I would say maybe the general public doesn't. Like if he has one catch, people are like, oh, AJ didn't do anything. You're still game planning to take him out of the game if you're the defense, but I don't know, John, you got to use that guy, man. I know you say he's in the game plan. Get him involved. Like, I don't mean just put him in the game plan. I mean, get him involved in the game. Good things happen. It's not like he was wide open, John, in the second half last week. They got him in man coverage and they threw him the ball.
Well, I mean, that's fair. And that points more towards the I would argue, the overemphasis on ball security, which I think has trickled into the quarterback's mindset. And, maybe it's good. If you're just looking at the bottom line, it's hard to argue it isn't good. But I think there are plays to be made and trust to be had in A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert as well. Like, when have you seen that routes to Dallas Goedert? They run it, but you rarely pull the trigger. And there it is, and you see the big seam route to the tight end. You see it all around the league. You don't see it here that often. Why? Well, it ain't the tight end. He can do it. The 50-50 balls are not 50-50 when you're throwing them to A.J. Brown. They're 70-30, maybe 80-20, maybe 90-10 if Emmanuel Forbes is out there. Give him a chance to make a play, might make a play. Devontae, same thing. There are times when he pulls the trigger. That wasn't a great throw to Devontae Smith, but he adjusted, came down with the football. Yeah, but they're always in the game plan. That part of it is just, that's a fallacy. That it's not they should be fired if they go into a game and say, we don't want to bother. Then they should be fired. That I guarantee 100%. That is never the case. 100%. That is
who's going to be on AJ this week? I think it's Jamel Dean, if I'm not mistaken. I would think.
They don't move their corners, so you can match up whoever. I would imagine they would try to match him up with McCollum because he's the one I think struggling a little bit more. But they don't. Yeah, they're not going to travel their corners. They don't travel their corners.
Yeah, believe it or not, they have Sterling Shepard is catching footballs for the Tampa Bay Bucs right now with all the injuries they have. So he's been lining up in the slot. That should be interesting too. With Cooper, he had a good game last week, actually, Sterling Shepard. I think he had 80 yards last week. So we'll see. I think Cooper is obviously a big advantage there. John, you look at Tyler Steen on the interior too. That's going to be a little bit of a battle. Well, the whole interior. I think Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson are involved in this conversation too. But you got Elijah Roberts on the interior. You got Vita Vea. They have a good defensive line, John. The Bucs.
Well, Logan Hall is hurt. Elijah Roberts is a rookie. If Kalijah Cansey, who's out for the year, pretty much. They're, like I said, they're banged up. But if they have Cansey and Vita and Logan Hall, yeah, they're tough. But they might not have two of them.
Yeah, they're banged up, man. Holy moly.
Now, I mean, Cansey's turning into a really good player, and he's done for the year. And I think Hall's limited in practice, so you're down to a rookie, Elijah Roberts. He's a guy the Eagles had a lot of interest in. They brought him in for a visit. And Greg Gaines, who's, sort of a long-time veteran who's a situational guy. He can give you 20 reps or so. But, yeah, that Cansey injury was big for them. That was a big injury for them.
Yeah, no, I agree. Definitely coming in, and we'll see how they were able to prevail. We're going to have J.C. Allen coming up a little bit here on Birds 365. He was unable to join for 20, so I think he said 9:30, right? So he's going to join us in about 10 minutes from now. We'll get J.C. Allen in. We've had J.C. on several times. I think even back to the Jody Mack days, we were getting J.C. Allen on. So looking forward to talking to J.C.
They always play the Bucs, though.
They do. Right.
Things have worked out that way, so. Used to work for Pewter Report, which is a long time sort of, now he's with Bucs Game Day. So, but yeah, it's been weird, this stretch where they always match up, usually in Tampa.
Yeah. I wish they weren't always in Tampa, but it feels like they're always in Tampa. When's the last time the Bucs have played in Philly? I guess the playoff game a couple years ago?
No, that was in Tampa.
That was in Tampa.
Yeah, that was in Tampa. 2023, they played them twice. I think.
I think they might have been home the first one, and then the playoff ones where they lost in Tampa.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, good stuff. A couple of super chats we'll get to. HKP, what's up, brother? Appreciate you, man. Let the dogs eat. AJ Smitty, Goddard, and then things will open up easier for Saquon. Make the defense cover the entire field. Much love, Z and J-Mac. I agree, HKP, but I guess it's easier said than done.
Yeah, it is. I was thinking about this when Mike Gill brought this up. Like, they got a lot of talent. Don't get me wrong on the offensive side of the football, but this mentality that they should be one of the best offenses in the history of football. There's no evidence of that anywhere, at any point. Individually, they have a ton of talent.
Well, why do you go to the extreme of like the best offense in history? Nobody said that.
Well, he brought up, but Mike, and I'm not picking on Mike because I've heard it from a lot. They should score 35 points a game. They should score 38 points. Well, that's best offense in history level.
Yeah, right. I try not to put the point thing on it because it's just it's the NFL. You're not going to score 38 points.
There's no. I don't think people realize that the best offense in history is just under 38 points a game. That's when I bring up best points in history.
Right.
The top 5, top 10 are 33, 34, 35 points per game, somewhere in that range. Like, there's no evidence that this team has that kind of consistency to do that. Doesn't mean they're not very good, because they are very good. But I think the expectations are out of whack. And just the way they play, run first, ball security, it's going to limit you somewhat when it comes to what people want to see.
Yeah. Well, again, I think the extremes are always where we go. I mean, I'm not asking for 35 points a game, but I think minus one, 94 passing yards in a game. Like, I don't think we need to be that low. I think we can be more versatile than that. I think we can be more dominant than that. I think we can give ourselves.
Well, that's ridiculous. When you're talking about 90 passing yards, that's
what I mean. Like, that's the other extreme. The top end extreme is 38 points a game. I don't think they need to be there either. I think they can just, make their life easier by getting, falling in between those two extremes.
Yeah, they don't want to throw for 90 yards. But yeah, I mean,
sometimes it feels like they do.
No, they don't. They do not. But it is stunningly, again, there's been 4 of those games and they won all 4. They're a very weird and unique team. And I think the other number was 22 other games that didn't involve the Eagles, and the teams that were under 100 were 5-17, to give you an example of how hard it is to win when you throw for that amount of yardage in an NFL game. 5-17. The Eagles are 4-0. They are a very strange and a very unique team. And by unique, I mean the way they play. Because nobody else plays this way, which I always point out when people get upset about. Did you hear Jared Verse talk about Jalen Hurts?
Yes, I did.
Like, people in this league have tremendous respect for Jalen Hurts. But when you ask,
sometimes it feels like they have more respect for Jalen Hurts than his own coaches do.
I don't think that's the case. But
just saying, sometimes it feels like they're trying to take so much off his plate. It's like, dude, you got an MVP, a Super Bowl MVP quarterback. Let him run the offense. What are you beating him down into? Oh, dude, can't turn the ball over, Jalen. Can't turn the ball over, Jalen.
Wow.
I mean, come on.
I mean, is this not the best era of Eagles football in history?
It is, but the assumption that we have to dumb our offense down to never having a turnover, I think, has done more harm for the quarterback. And I don't think that's a great thing. I mean, we won a Super Bowl, John, with the first half turnover. We can push the ball a little bit. We can be a little bit more aggressive. I don't think, again, these extremes are where we live. 0 turnovers, or you're making all the wrong decisions. No. Let Jalen let it fly a little bit. If you get some turnovers here and there, you got to live with it. It is what it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, they start losing a few games, you'll get to see that. You got to see that in 2023. People thought he played poorly. I'm the one who tells you he played better in 2023 than he played better last year. I've been saying that forever. His best year was 2022, individual year.
Right.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah, last year he was good.
2023, he was better than he was in 2024, individually. But, he'd rather be in 2024 because they won. Drew Brees called it he doesn't want to watch it, the most boring offense.
Yeah.
It is boring.
Yeah,
I get it. But it's successful.
Yes, it is.
So, I mean, from the standpoint of Nick Sirianni's job description, he's doing a good job. And Jalen Hurts, you have a core, again, to your extremes point. You have a core. Well, he's the best quarterback because he won. And then you have a core who says, well, he doesn't throw it, so he can't be the best, blah, 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 whatever. But I try to explain why you asked executives. So when you talk about Mike Sando's list or Jeremy Fowler's list, and they're talking to executives and coaches, other coaches, why they don't rate Jalen Hurts as highly, because they're looking at through their prism. They want a quarterback for and they say, boy, I wish I had so-and-so for my offense, because they're not going to run the freaking Eagles offense. Like we could say with Vic, as I pointed out with Jonathan Gannon and 15 other big impersonators over the years, you can point to them all. Point to the Eagles offense. Who copies the Eagles offense?
Nobody.
Nobody else does it.
Yeah. I respect one of our great viewers here, Big Mike, who says, I am asking for 35 points a game. Big Mike, I appreciate it, brother. He can keep those high expectations. He's probably been an Eagles fan for a long time. Here's Charles Menifee. What's up, Charles? Over the last at 3 seasons, when Hurts throws for 250 plus, the point differential is 11.5. Otherwise, it's 2.5. I don't know if you're talking about Eagles winning. I guess Eagles win by bigger. Well, it's always tough to gauge these stats,
well,
John.
When you blow somebody out, yes, you win by more points. I mean, to me, I talk. There are some, baseball is a very statistical game because you play so much, large sample size, blah blah blah. Football is not, and I think one of the things is, well, you blow somebody out. So as you get later in the season, you get these teams that give up and they're going nowhere, and sometimes they're tanking and trying to get to the top of the draft, or sometimes they play in North Jersey because they always are just terrible. And you win these blowout games and everything looks awesome. And it's like a college game almost, where you have, Penn State playing Villanova or whatever it is. Not to that degree, but you get my point. All the numbers look great. And that literally skews the entire season upward. And then you play the stingy defense, who's phenomenal, and you look like shit, and you're throwing for 90 yards, but you grind out a win, and it's ugly. It's like, what are we doing here? It's not the same. You can't gauge both of those games the same.
Right.
But the one where you score 45 points, you're going to look better statistically.
Yeah, the other stat that's annoying that people put out all the time is like, oh, the playoff teams run more. And I'm like, let's get the playoff teams are winning every game.
I take credit for that.
I know. You taught me that. That's where I get that.
Run pass ratio. Zander knows. I can't help but roll my eyes at this point when somebody asks me that question. I think you even hear it on the radio. If you hear me on the radio, I'm like, tell me the damn score of the fourth quarter, and I'll tell you what the run pass ratio is.
Yeah, right.
You're up 2 touchdowns. You're going to run the ball a lot.
Exactly. Good stuff, Johnny Mac. Let's get to our main man, JC Allen, set to join us right here on Birds 365. JC joins us here for preparing for this Week 4 matchup, Eagles versus Bucs. JC, welcome to the show, brother. Great to have you on. How you doing on this Friday morning?
Doing great. Happy to be here. Happy to be back chopping it up with you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you, bud. It's been, the quirks of the NFL schedule. Seems like the Eagles now have the annual trip down to Tampa Bay, which has been kind of a hellhole for them. They're going down a little bit early to try to acclimate to the heat, JC, Al. Like one day is going to help this team acclimate to the heat and humidity on the Gulf Coast of Florida. First discuss that.
Last week it was 113 degrees on the field. There's no preparing for that. Hassan Reddick, who was playing in his first home game, he said, we practice in it, but man, like you still, you just got to be hydrated. You got to make sure you're on your P's and Q's because the heat's no joke. The heat is no joke in Tampa. And a day early, maybe you get a taste of it. But I've been here for 6 years now.
Still not acclimated.
Still not. You still don't get. You're not acclimated. No way. No way.
Yeah.
JC, talking about this Bucs team, man, Baker Mayfield's really done a good job with this team. Todd Bowles as well. They started off 3-0. A lot of injuries right now, but a good team nonetheless, and really I think going to be a good contender in the NFC this year. What do you think of this matchup coming in, Eagles versus Bucs? They've kind of had the Eagles number, JC, for the last couple of years.
Yeah, Bowles has kind of figured out how to really make Jalen Hurts uncomfortable in the past, and they've had pretty good success with Bowles as the defensive coordinator / head coach against Saquon Barkley too. So stick to the tried and true game plan. You're going to pressure Hurts a lot, make him try to figure that out and try to beat you. They are the only team in NFL history to have over 100 yards rushing and limit opponents to under 100 yards rushing, 11 straight games right now. They're going to try to make it 12. So this is a game that's going to be won and lost in the trenches like it usually is against these two teams. And unfortunately for both sides, you're banged up where it counts. On the Bucs offensive line is a little banged up, and the Eagles defensive line and their edge rushers are a little banged up, and they lost a bunch of guys in the offseason too. I know Bryce Huff was a huge loss. I'm just kidding.
He's playing good right now in San Francisco.
Yeah, he is. Certainly Josh Sweat. He's a guy that I'm sure you guys are missing over there right now. And now Nolan Smith going on IR doesn't help either. But, it's still a game that, these teams know each other very well. They know what they like to do. They know what they're trying to take away, and it becomes a chess match. And that's why they're so fun. Because regardless of what the score looks like at the end, you got a battle, and both these teams know that they got to prepare for a battle. So it's going to be another one of these battles down here in Tampa, and it should be a really, really good game, I think.
You mentioned the Bucs, and they are pretty banged up and some significant injuries. Now, it looks like from what we hear up here that Tristan Wirfs is going to be able to play. Obviously, defensively, you mentioned Kalijah. Hey, boy, that was a big injury. I thought he was turning into a really good player. He's gone basically for the season. But Logan Hall's banged up as well.
Yeah,
Chris Godwin coming back offensively. I can't imagine he's got to be on a pitch count, right? He's not going to just show up and be Chris Godwin on day one, is he?
I would think so. We'll know more today after practice. Todd will tell us who's playing, who's questionable, who's doubtful, who's going to be at the game time decision. And right now, I think the coach, if I know Todd Bowles, Chris Godwin and Tristan Wirfs will be called game time decisions. I would think he's on a pitch count. It's going to be interesting because if Wirfs can play, this offensive line has been shoveled around and jumbled around. Like, how do you construct it going forward until you get Luke Gedeke back, who I think is right behind Lane Johnson, probably as one of the top right tackles in the league, just doesn't get enough love for it, but certainly paid now. Like, it's the third highest best tackle in the league. But yeah, I mean, those injuries really do have an effect. And Mike Evans, I think, is the biggest one that you're going to miss this week because he just dictates coverage so well. You saw it in that first game against the Falcons with Emeka Egbuka's, game-winning touchdown, calling his own shot because he knew that Jesse Bates was going to bite on Mike Evans. So not having him there is going to be huge. If Godwin can go, likely I would say they're going to ease him back in. I wouldn't call it a full go for him. So we'll see. He didn't practice yesterday, part of that ramp up. It's going to be interesting to see what they do and who they roll out there and what the snaps are. And of course, how the Eagles defend it, right? Do they double Emeka Egbuka now that Mike Evans is there? Or do they say, do they kind of just play a little bit more zone and try to take over that field, especially being down some cornerbacks in that secondary? So it's one of these two things where it's going to be a total chess game back and forth between, all right, we're going to start to attack this. How are we going to adjust to take this away? And it's going to go back and forth. And because of the injuries, because of the uncertainty with Tristan Wirfs, because of the uncertainty with Chris Godwin, because of the uncertainty of what the offensive line is even going to look like, Philly can't even prepare for an offensive line because they have no idea what it's going to look like because it's been different every week. So, that plays a part into it too. And that's why, again, I say, this game, for good or for worse, is going to be won in the trenches and lost in the trenches.
You just mentioned the offensive line. It's interesting to me because I don't know how many instances you'll see a center kick out the left tackle and actually do it decently. So he kicked out last week, Graham Barton. If Tristan Wirfs does play in this game, are you confident it'll be at left tackle, or is there a chance he could do the right side? Because obviously, you're missing Gedeke over there, as you mentioned. So you think Tristan would definitely play left? I know he's been a great player, obviously, at both of those positions.
That's all pro player at both of those. First to ever do it. That's the interesting part, because if you're thinking, let's put our best five out there, I think there's a world where, Tristan should probably go at right. You keep him at left, but it also depends on the injury situation at guard. They lost Cody Moak for the season, who was an ascending player. Last year, he led the NFC in pressure rate and pressure win rate for guards, finished fourth in the NFL. Another one of these under the radar linemen that people don't talk about because they're linemen and because it's Tampa Bay. But now you have to replace him too. So Michael Jordan, who is filling in, he's got starts all over the league in his career. He's banged up with a knee sprain, so he's uncertain to go. Last week they had to start two guys, a former 6th-round pick, a former undrafted guy who've never had starts or snaps in the NFL on the offensive line other than special teams. So it's like if Wirfs does go to right, you still have to figure out at guard. Do you want to just make your left side of your line as strong as it can be with Wirfs, Bredesen back there, and then Graham Barton back at center? And now you have a really strong left side. You've got Charlie Heck, and you figure out what you're going to do at right guard. I think that's probably the way they would lean. But again, you never know. we didn't know as media what was going on against the Falcons until it happened in front of us. Jason Light was on the radio program before. He's like, I'm surprised none of you guys figured it out yet.
Nice,
only get
Jason.
30 minutes of practice, and you guys are just stretching and doing special teams. How are we supposed to figure it out? But they're going to keep that close to the vest on what they do. And, if it's me, I think you build that left side and make it as strong as it can be. But we'll see what they do.
Vic Fangio up here had some really, really nice things to say about Baker Mayfield as a quarterback. And obviously he's been just a playmaker and being able to close games out in the fourth quarter, living on the edge with all that just you talked about, the upheaval on the offensive line. How good has Baker Mayfield been early this season for the Bucs?
Yeah, the upheaval on the offensive line. You got to remember, no Chris Godwin to start the season. No Jalen McMullen either. Jalen McMullen had the most touchdowns over the last 8 games of the season last year and really came on and was looking incredible in training camp before Teddy Bridgewater hospital ball puts him out until after the bye week. So, not only is he coming in with an offensive line that's all messed up, but he's also coming into a situation where he doesn't have his number 2 and number 3. Now, Emeka Egbuka stepped up and he's been great, but now you don't have, Mike Evans, and you lose him in that game for that fourth quarter, pretty much most of the fourth quarter, including those final drives to try to win it. Baker, to me, is the MVP of the league right now. If we take what that award is supposed to be and take it for what its value is, most valuable player, to me, there's no one in the league right now that has been more valuable to their franchise throughout the first 3 weeks than Baker Mayfield. 0 interceptions. He does have 2 fumbles, but they recovered them. They weren't lost. He's really not taking bad sacks like he did last year. We used to call him Baker sacks. Still to do when they, Kyler Murray had some Kyler Murray sacks last night. If you watched that, right into some of them. And he's been really clean with it. He hasn't been, everyone's seeing him run around, but those have been really on gotta have it plays, third downs, and he's been putting the team on his back and really elevated his play and elevated everybody that's around him. To me, I think that's sustainable. He's in a system and a place he's very comfortable with. It's the first year. I get it. All right. Can Baker do it again? The second season, all right. Well, okay, whatever. But coming into this season and seeing what he's done, I don't think you can deny him now. Baker is who Baker is, and he's a baller, and that's just what it is now. He's in a system. He's in a place where he's comfortable, and he's going out there and dealing. And he's been tremendous. Dealing with injuries. He's banged up himself. He's got a sleeve on, not practicing at all this week, just taking those mental reps and stuff like that. He'll still play. Don't worry. But he's a dog, and the team loves him, and they just telling him to just be you was the best thing that the Bucs could ever done. And then, of course, week 1, his first game, Chuck sticking one of the Vikings corners and telling him, "Get your weight up, little boy." He had the defense then. He already had the offense in training camp. Then he had the defense then, and he's got the whole city and the whole community. And Baker is a Buck for life, and he's been a dog.
Yeah, man, I'm happy for him. I'm a Baker Mayfield fan. Not this week, but I am a Baker Mayfield fan. I like him coming in. Where do you see JC as the Eagles have a big advantage? If you're the Bucs, just looking at the Bucs from the Bucs perspective, what gives you concern or agita coming into this game with this high-powered Eagles team? They have some injuries as well, but still obviously got a lot of firepower.
Yeah, it's been a bend don't break defense. So if you can make that first guy miss, there's an opportunity for you to get some extra chunk yardage. I think attacking the linebackers, Levante David is so cerebral and instinctual. He sees things that he sees on film and he knows where it is. And if it's a run to the right, he's already cheating over there and he's there to make the play. But coverage, he's not the same coverage guy he used to be. Servassier Dennis, their other linebacker there, he's struggled a bit in some coverage situations as well. So getting matchups with Goddard, getting matchups with Saquon Barkley and those two guys is what I would try to do. I think they will have some struggle running the ball. Saquon might break one here or there, but consistently gaining yards. Saquon could end up with 70, 80 yards, but, one of them comes on a 36 and the other are 15 carries and he's averaging 3 yards per carry, 2 yards per carry on that, something like that. but you get him utilized in that screen game, you get him utilized in that dump off game, you get him utilized in those quick short passes, and then you use that as an extension of the run game. And I think they'll find success there. They found success with Goddard in the past against this team. Jamel Dean's been playing lights out. Zion McCollum's been playing. This secondary has been playing really well. And part of the reason they're so good against the run is because all of these guys are selfless. They all come down. We got no Deion Sanders, no primetime on here. Everyone's tackling.
Yeah.
Everybody's tackling.
I would say the best tackling corner I have ever seen, JC, is Antoine Winfield Sr. Yes. I don't know if you've ever seen the highlights, but obviously
I watched it. I'm old enough to watch it.
Obviously,
take that as a compliment, though.
Yeah, his son is tremendous as well, but I don't know. There's something about anytime I see Winfield, I'm like, they're gonna be fundamentally sound, but especially when it comes to tackling.
Yeah.
Todd Bowles as a whole, though. Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. Just his history against Jalen Hurts, and it seemed to go all the way back, and it was just the sort of the genesis of the current Eagles that have turned into what they've turned into. But back in 2021, I guess, the Bucs were the better team. Tom Brady was still there, and the Eagles came in there as a surprise playoff team. And Todd just unleashed the blitz, and it was about keeping him in the pocket, or if he was to escape, make sure he escaped left.
Yeah.
Don't let him go to his dominant side.
Right.
And I think he's kept up with that. And
it's going to be more of the same. Yeah.
That's what we're not seeing a curveball, are we?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be more the same there. They're going to they need, that's the biggest thing. They need to contain Hurts. And I worry that he's going to be able to do some things to them. Just because of, again, like I said, Levante's kind of lost a step as far as speed goes. He's very instinctual. He's a savvy vet who relies on his experience to put him in the right places to make plays, but he doesn't have the speed to get there like he once did. And Voss has been taking some bad angles as well to get some tackles. I'm worried that he's going to get some run here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles snap this streak of 11 games of over 100. And that's not to say I think Saquon's going to have a 100-yard day, but I think Hurts can beat you. And I think they've got to be really prepared for it. They've been prepared for it in the past. So I think if you're Bowles, it's still the game plan. Pressure him, make him roll left, and make Hurts figure it out, because so far he hasn't. And that's been a huge emphasis. I'm sure I know they've had some really tough opponents going in, but I'm sure they've spent a good deal of this offseason too preparing for this week 4 game, just because they know how difficult their time is gone. And they know they hear the chatter. Oh, they can't get it done. The Bucs have their number. Oh, they can't get the monkey off their back. Oh, they can't win in Florida. Like all that stuff. So I know they spent some extra time. They're going to have some wrinkles, I feel like, that's going to try to throw Bowles off his game. But there's also a dog on the other side who's pretty pissed off at the Eagles as well, for what he did to him last year. Eagles could probably use him right now, and Hassan Reddick. So if he does come to his right, Hassan's going to be wanting to get some of his too over there. So
how's Hassan look this year so far?
Great. He's only has 1 sack, but the pressures are there. He's funneling things over to Yaya Diaby. You mentioned, John, like Kancey going down is such a blow, and it's so sad because they haven't had that. They've had Yaya was pretty good last year, and coming into his own, and they've had like Shaq Barrett, and obviously Vita Vea is the first person you're looking for on the defense to game plan against, but they haven't really had another guy on the edge to open things up for other guys. They've had kind of a mishmash of guys who couldn't get the job done, and you get Hassan Reddick now, and you could see how things are opening up for Kancey over there too. So he's been good getting back, great getting back there in the pressures. Obviously, Bowles asked his guys to drop in coverage, and he's been great. Look at Twit Dig or whatever Twits it. He just talked about Hassan dropping in coverage, and he's been great in coverage too. So he has been completely selfless. Of course, he doesn't want to drop in coverage all the time.
Eagles fans hate when edge rushers drop in coverage.
I hate it too. Send them. But Bowles is so crazy. He'll drop Hassan in coverage.
And
then he'll send like he'll send the pressure. Like last week, it was nickel blitzes.
Yeah.
The Jets couldn't figure out how to stop it, and they.
Or is Hassan getting mad at Bowles for doing that? Because Hassan didn't like dropping in coverage here.
Well, nobody likes it.
Yeah, nobody likes doing it. Exactly.
Larry Foote is his out linebacker coach now. He'll get on his ass if Hassan starts saying anything about anything.
Sure.
And they're 3-0, so you only start complaining when you start losing some games, I guess, right?
Yeah. Well, one thing, and I like Hassan when he was here. He's a great dude. Great player. Had one of the best seasons in Eagles defensive history. That's how good it was when they won to the Super Bowl in 2022 that season. But one thing I can tell you, the Eagles are not helping their tackles. So guys have an opportunity. It's Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, go have at it.
That's gonna be a battle. It's gonna be a battle.
That might be the biggest strength of the Eagles. The luxury of they don't have to help their tackles at all. And they never do. And Lane went down a little bit last week, JC, and they did not look good. Yeah, he had the stinger, but he'll be back. He will be playing on Sunday in Tampa Bay. It'll be hot, just like this segment with JC Allen. Good to catch up with you, buddy, at JC Allen NFL. Make sure you follow him on the X platform. For Bucs game day now, si.com/NFL/Buccaneers. Let's hear the prediction. You kind of gave it away there. You're thinking maybe the Eagles finally get the monkey off their back. But, Baker Mayfield has the ball with 2 minutes left with a chance to win the game. There's going to be some scary moments for Eagles fans.
And unfortunately, I think it comes down to maybe a situation. Maybe he doesn't have the ball last. I've got the Eagles winning this game. I had the Eagles. Now everyone in the comments likes me. I had the Eagles winning this game. I did my preseason predictions of each game by game. I'm going back and forth. I think it's a close game. I think it comes down to one of these end of positions. I actually think the Bucs lose the next 3, but I have them in 12-5. I actually have them facing the Eagles in the NFC Championship. The Eagles don't win that time. Hate me again.
Oh, now you're going to get hated again.
Hate me again. And I had the Bucs winning the Super Bowl, finishing 12-5. But this was a game I had them losing. I had them losing the next 3, having their slump.
Wow, 3 in a row. Wow,
yeah, they're going to
the Super Bowl. Wow.
Well, they got Seattle coming off a mini bye week, coming right up here, cross country trip. You're still
that's
probably
tough. That's tough.
On a pitch count, probably with Godwin still there. You don't have Evans now, which is huge. And then, you don't have Gedeke, you don't have Malk, you don't have, and I picked them to lose before I knew all that. And then San Francisco just has the Bucs numbers like Philly does. And that's back at home. And, I have them rebounding against the Detroit Lions up in Boston. Up in Detroit. But then they have a very easy schedule on the back half. They're playing the Saints, they're playing. The Cardinals look like a better opponent now, but they've got some games they should win. So I'm going to say the Eagles win this game. It's going to be 23-20, and it's going to either be Baker can't get it done in the last 2 minutes, or he doesn't have the ball and doesn't have an opportunity, and Jalen Hurts goes down there maybe for a field goal to win it, or maybe they're down by a touchdown and they get that touchdown. And Eagles get the monkey off their back in Florida, in Tampa,
in the heat.
But it only lasts for a couple months, and then the Bucs jump right back on. But that game.
So you're making your prediction for the end of the year here on a Week 4 edition. I love it, JC. I appreciate the bonus.
It's in print. It's in print, so I can't take it back.
You're right. I'm looking at this Bucs schedule. They got the Panthers twice, the Dolphins, the Falcons, the Saints. The Cardinals, Rams are tough. Patriot, they got some games on the back end of that schedule. They might be hot going into the playoffs.
And they're that week 9 bye week is clutch too. And they got the Saints right before, so that's a win. You feel good going in. You feel good coming out with the Patriots. I have them losing to the Bills and losing to the Panthers at home for their final 2 losses. Again, for them getting the monkey off the back with the Rams, because the Rams have had their number. McVay knows how to figure out a Todd Bowles defense, but it should be a fun season.
Yeah.
It should be a fun season.
Last 5 games though: Saints, Falcons, Panthers, Dolphins, Panthers.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, that's a nice.
And I think 5 of those, or 4 of the 5, are at home too. So they've got.
Yeah. It's gonna be a good one. JC, we appreciate you joining, man. Make sure you guys follow him at JC Allen NFL. Some good humor brought to the show today, and already picking against our Birds in the playoffs. Everybody have to give JC some shit for that. JC, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for joining in today.
Absolutely, always a pleasure.
Thanks, bud. JC Allen joining us here. Great stuff. Make sure you guys go read his work, si.com/NFL/Bucs. And then read Johnny Mack, /NFL/Eagles. So both SI guys there. Johnny Mack, good stuff today. Got a couple minutes left to go here on a Football Friday edition of Birds 365. Wrapping up, we just got the prediction from JC. It's time to get the prediction from Johnny Mack coming into this Week 4 matchup, Eagles-Bucs in Tampa. It's going to be a hot one, John.
Yeah, it is, but I think the Bucs are too banged up, man. JC just ran it down. A lot of guys missing, a lot of guys out for the season. A lot of guys coming back, but maybe on a pitch count. Chris Godwin, most notably. Tristan Wirfs, I think, is going to play, so that'll help, obviously. But I don't like that matchup, Hassan Reddick against Lane Johnson. I'll take Lane all day. I've said it. I'm not picking against the Eagles till they actually lose a game. And I thought that would happen last week after they went down 26-7, but they're still going.
Figured out a way to win.
And maybe I would pick Tampa if they lost that game, but I think they're going to find a way to win because they always find a way to win. But it'll be another one-score game, so I like that aspect of it from JC. I got the Eagles winning 24-20. What did he say? 23-20? I got 24-20. All
right, I'm a little north of, but I'm close to where you are. 20. I'm like 27-23. I'm thinking because I think Baker. If the Eagles have the lead in this game, I think Baker's going to pull it at least close by the end. That's what I like about Baker. He's another resilient.
Yeah, I could see them having the ball, and I remember watching the Houston game. They beat Houston, and they went down with the drive, but they fumbled during the drive, and it was in the open field. And a couple of Texans players had a chance to get it. They didn't get it. I think the Eagles are getting it. I think that's going to happen. They're moving the football. And then there's a defensive play from Vic Fangio's defense.
Yeah, good stuff. Should be a good game, though, man. It's going to be hot down there in Tampa Bay. We'll have a full pregame, postgame show here on JAKIB Sports for the game. So looking good. John, who do you think the offensive player will be this week? Last week it ended up being Jalen Hurts and kind of A.J. Brown in the second half. Haven't seen that too much this year. Any predictions on a guy who might make the difference on offense this week?
Well, it's always Jalen. So, I think it's going to be him in the running game, to JC's point.
Okay.
I think he's going to
kind of like week one.
Yeah, he's going to break their back on those types of plays where you think you got him hemmed in, and all of a sudden he's getting a big first down and demoralizes the defense, that type of thing. When they have to go win the game. That's what he should go. The Eagles, for all the talk about their offensive struggles, they're 8 for 8 in the red zone scoring touchdowns, which is absurd. And some of that is the tush push, but for people that say it's just a tush push, well, you have to get in a position to tush push it. You can't tush push them on 1st and 10. So you have to be in a position to be 3rd or 4th and short. So that's a big part of it. Their ability on short yards is a big part of it. But the bigger part of it is Jalen Hurts' impact on the running game, and not only actually running it, but actually being a threat to run it, whether it's a design play or an off-schedule play. A lot of the reason for their red zone success is just people worried about Jalen Hurts and worried about his ability to hurt him both ways.
Yep, exactly right. Good stuff. Couple super chats to read before we let you run. Brian Pump checks in. Fellas, I don't know how we get this done. Christopher and Tristan are back. That damn Bucky Irving is an MFer, and the Bake Show is the main event.
Brian Pumper, you don't know how they could get it done every week, but they get it done.
Pumper's like,
isn't Pumper predicting him to lose every week?
Yes, he has. He's had him 0-3 so far. He has him 0-4 now.
They found a way in the first 3 weeks. They'll find a way. Bucky Irving's a good player.
He is a good player. I like Bucky Irving.
Um,
MG says, J-Mac, let's go slide on the ops after the show. I mean, what does that mean?
I don't know. Let's go slide on the ops after the show. I don't know. Opportunity.
Sounds like some slang term for something that Johnny Mac wouldn't be engaged in. Right? MG, I don't know what you're
ops
referring
is a big every coach uses ops now for opportunities because they're too busy. They can't.
I don't
say
think that's what he meant though.
No, I
don't
think that's what he meant either.
No, that's not what he meant. All right, John, what's on the agenda today for the Birds?
Normal Friday, Nick Sirianni, practice, locker room, then they're off. That's the only normal. Then they're off to Tampa. So they are practicing at the NovaCare complex today. And yeah, I got to get down there to talk to the head coach of the football team.
So they're going to spend Friday night and Saturday night in Tampa. See, like my whole thing with that would be like, why would you want to be in a hotel or wherever the hell they stay?
I'm with you.
Let those guys sleep in their own bed. Let them guys get their Friday night rest with their wives and their kids and their families, and then go down to Tampa Bay. I don't get that.
Plus, the guys who aren't married now, you got to worry about Mons Venus, and you got to worry.
Oh yeah, it's true. That's true. You got the dudes down there that
you got to get the bed checks in. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing it. I don't agree with it. Rare time.
Does that happen in the NFL? Like all that crap.
Like in the old days, yeah, it happened all the freaking time.
Curfews and shit on grown men. I guess you got to. I mean, I guess.
Well, a lot of them aren't grown, but they look like men, but a lot of them are immature. But
yeah, well, that makes sense. All right, Johnny Mac, great show today, brother. Your final thought here before I let you run on a football Friday. We'll talk to you Sunday for the pregame show.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Final injury report, so you'll get more clarity. I think it's pretty clear that Lane is playing, Zach's playing, Jihad's playing. So mostly good news from the Eagles standpoint, other than earlier Nolan Smith going on injured reserve. More interesting from Tampa Bay's perspective. But I do think Wirfs will be back and Godwin will be back. The only question is, where's Wirfs going to play and how much is Godwin going to play?
Yeah, going to be interesting. Johnny Mac, great show today, my friend. I will catch you on Sunday. Thank you, brother.
All right. See you, everybody.
All right. See you. There's J-Mac joining us here on Birds 365. Great show today. JC Allen was great. Appreciate JC for joining in from the Bucs report on SI. So pretty good stuff all around. Even JC's picking the Birds this week. But how about him? Projecting all the way out to the playoffs. JC, I'm not going to let you live that one down. We'll see if JC is right. Appreciate everybody for being here today. All right, we got a Football Friday Zander time. We got a Football Friday Zander time. What's up, Master Eagle? What's up, HKP? B-How. What's up, B-How? How you doing, brother? Good to see you in here. Brandon Lewis is in here. Charles Menifee. What's up, Charles? Twiz the Jigger. Twiz, is that a first? You have a guest call out? He didn't know how to say your name. That was a pretty pitiful attempt, but I digress. Is that the first time we've had a guest call out the greatness of Twiz the Jigger? Mid-interview? Mid-segment call out of Twiz. What's up, Jimmy Wynn? He's hurt. Twiz. Chris, what's up, brother? How you doing, brother? Good to see you in here. All right. Ringo time. 30 Air says, what's up from KC at the Chiefs? What are you at the Kansas Speedway out there, Dirty Air? The NASCAR is out in Kansas City this week. It's good stuff. It's cool, Dirty Air, that you get to go around the world like that. It's pretty, around the country, at least like that. Pretty sick. All right. Twiz going big time. He is. Twiz gets a Coop jersey this week. He gets a shout out from the guest here on Birds 365. This dude's, by the way, you guys were talking about something in the chat that caught my eye. And let me tell you, I love all you guys, but not often do you guys say some shit that's really catches my eye. A lot of times it's a bunch of baloney. A bunch of horse shit. A bunch of happy horse shit. All right. These guest seats. See, JC's a little bit more, JC's got a youth to him where he understands like the setup for like digital shows. Some people come on and they're like, "Who do I get on here? Could I call you?" I'm like, "Oh my gosh." So, we just talk shit. Dank, I love it, man. I love it. All right. I love it. Yeah, a lot of happy horse shit, HKP. A lot of happy horse shit. But it was like this bear show. Yeah, Rich, that's what it was. That's one thing I tell you guys all the time. I don't watch much TV, especially during the season. I don't watch TV at all outside of football. I put on football on the TV over there. All right. Oh, I unplugged the camera. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. This stupid camera unplugged. Let me put it back on. Give me a second, everybody. This is why I don't move this thing. This is why I don't move this thing. Stupid camera unplugs on me. Come on, camera. The hell is this? The hell is this? What the hell is this? But no, I put the game on back there, and then that's about it. Sig Lord says, "You watch any non-sports YouTube channels?" Sig Lord, absolutely. That's not for, I tend to doze off. Sig Lord, I'm about a 1 a.m. bedtime guy. It's typically my time during the season because I work so long. I probably go till about 11:30 midnight in the studio. Then I get up and go in bed. And then once I pop in bed, that's when I try and decompress on YouTube a little bit. I love YouTube. I'm such a YouTube guy. I work all day on YouTube, and then I get in bed, and my time to decompress is YouTube. But no, I got I like cars on YouTube. I like a lot of stuff. I've been watching hunting this week because my brother desperately wanted me to go with him. I've never been a hunter in my life. Never. I've never gone hunting or any of those things, but I've always had a deep infatuation with it. I feel like it's like a primal thing to go out and just like catch your food. I don't know. It feels dope to me. But my brother is elk hunting in Montana right now, in like literally deep in the countryside, man, in Montana. So, I've been talking to him every night, and it's pretty sick out there, man. So I've been watching, just like kind of seeing what he's up to, watching other elk hunting channels. So pretty sick, man. Pretty sick. So he's hunting elk right now out west. He's got the full trailer out there. He's a bow, my brother's into bow hunting. So I don't think he's going to get one. This is his first time bow hunting out west with elk specifically. Not easy to do, man. Not easy to do. Elk hunting is no joke, man. Elk hunting is no joke. So, and he's alone. He wanted me to go with him, but I'm like, dude, it's September in the football season. September in the football season is a tough swing for me, man. So I don't know if I ever take a week off in the football season, it'll be next year, because I'll be going elk hunting with my brother. But I have no experience hunting. It'd more be me along for the ride than adding to the expertise. But that's what I've been watching this week. So I watch some stuff, man. I love YouTube. I go all over the map on YouTube. I'm sure you guys are all over the map on YouTube as well. Exactly, Dirty Air. 75% of the fun of hunting is just being out there. I agree 100%. You're out in the woods and the nature, man. It's cool. It's really cool. Even just the pictures my brother's sending me are crazy. Got to be a little nerve-wracking, though. Think about it. Like, my brother's just like in the middle of Montana. And by the way, I don't know how many of you guys have ever been out west in your life. Montana, Deep Rockies, Colorado, Utah, Wyoming. I don't know if you've ever been out there. It is in those woods. It's hard to explain what those woods are like. They're so vast. They're so deep. There's so much unknown out there, man. It's crazy. It really is. It's a different beast, man. It's a different beast. Hunting. Lucia says hunting. Don't have time for the bug. I don't really care about it. I'm never worried about bugs. See, 956 knows. He says, I got to practice my bow skills. Yeah, I don't even own a bow. 956. My brother owns a nice-ass Matthews archery bow. But, yeah, maybe I'd have to. I got to start practicing. The problem is, I got some other things I got to worry about right now, all right? I got a wedding to prepare for. I got to buy a house. I've been shopping houses. I tell you what, I don't think I can buy around here. I got to go deeper PA. The problem is, for all you Jersey people, Who lives in Jersey right now? It's in our chat. Let's talk about it. Who lives in the great state of New Jersey? All right. Yeah, dirty air. That's exactly what he would do. Sigler, is that where you are? I've been looking in Percy because there's just better pricing, man. Better pricing. Percy, you can get a nice house, nice land. Sigler, this is what I need. Ready? Here's my non-negotiables on a house. Non-negotiables on a house. I don't want to look out my window at night, and I got Billy Bob, my neighbor, who can see me through his window. No, not doing it. Not buying a house that's backed up on somebody else. My neighbor can sniff my balls. It's like fucking weird. I need some space. I need a freaking acre. All right? So I need some space. Maybe half an acre minimum. I need some space. All right? That's one. Number two, I'll selfishly say a garage, but I'll say third would be the kitchen for my beautiful girl. She needs a nice kitchen. Got to have her a good kitchen. Number two is definitely the garage. Like I need a garage. All right. I need a garage. Absolutely. The second I get a house, I might get two, Rich. I might get 2 dogs this time. Andrew Dirk says, I'm going to attempt to go archery hunting. You should do it, Andrew. It's pretty sick, dude. It's pretty sick. You can find that. Yeah. So Siglord, I've been looking up in, just different areas of PA because I was considering Jersey because my brother lives in Jersey. Obviously I like Cape May and it's close enough. Like I never felt, and then I'm looking into the taxes and I'm just like, dude, I don't think I should live in Jersey. This is crazy. I'm talking to my fiance's parents. They've lived in Jersey their whole life. Now they do half, like they live in Florida for half the year. And I'm like talking to them and they're like, no, you should not buy in Jersey. You guys should not live in Jersey. And like, that's my girl's family who's saying that because they just know it's crippling, man. The taxes in New Jersey are totally crippling. So I don't know if I want to get into that, man. I don't know if I want to get into that with Jersey. So probably go PA, you get better laws. And I'm a gun guy. I like guns. So probably get better gun laws, things like that. I'm conservative. You guys know this. So, I don't know. I'm probably going PA and I'm probably going, I don't really know if there's snowbirds, Ryan, honestly. They rent their house in the busy time down there. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe like North Bucks County, like far up though. I can't afford New Hope. It's too expensive or like over there. But I'm trying to be as far over close to Jersey as I can so I can see my brother, so I can see my brother. Cheese says gun conservative ill. All right, Cheese, you do whatever you want, bro. You can be whoever you want to be. I'm not going to let you dictate what I do in my life. If you can't manage that there's a world of 8 billion people here and not everybody's going to live their life like fucking Cheese in the chat, then you probably are a pretty low IQ individual all around. All right. A low IQ individual all around. All right. Gun laws are, it's ridiculous, Fleming. I'm not doing that. Sorry, dude. Not doing that. Sounds like you need to move to Texas. I lived in Texas for 2 years. If my family was there, I'd be good with it, but not my top state. All right. Jim Adams says taxes blow in Jersey. See, I'm living it. Yeah, no good for me, man. Exactly. Twiz, you see the vision. You see the vision. I need a compound. A lot of, like, I found a house last night, a little out of my price range, but that's always how it goes, right? I mean, shit. I would have done anything. I would have done a show for 10 hours a day in order to afford it. That's how much I like this house. It already went pending, but it was like 6 acres, 3-car garage. It's like $700,000. I'm like, a little expensive, but shit, I had everything I need. Everything I need. Nah, Delaware, I'm not going Delaware. Delaware is too far the other way, Delaware is too far the other way. I'm not moving away from my family, guys. I don't want to move away from the family. Come to Atlanta Metro. The airport makes the world so much smaller. I agree with you, Charles, but Now I want to live near my bro. I want to live near my parents. I want to live, Z, move to China. That's such a Bruce Banner comment. Bruce, you're on like a 6-month hiatus. All right, of like awful comments all throughout. Bruce, I'm hoping that you find your rhythm eventually, Bruce, but you've been struggling, my friend. All right, you've been struggling. She says, and Catholic, apparently. I do like the sports part, though. What does me being Catholic have to do with me being a conservative? What the fuck? What does that mean? What does that mean? All right, what the heck does that mean? Anybody who professes their IQ is 130 from the top of the mountain, I can assure you their IQ is not 130. All right. I'm willing to go pretty far out from Philly, honestly. All right. I'm willing to go pretty far out. I'm not really, 365. Are you kidding me? I can't live in this area for 365. I mean, you can, but I want to live. I want to live good. Like I want to have a good house. I want to have a good. I gotta have kids. How many times have I told you guys I want to have a bunch of kids? I want to have a bunch of kids. What are you going to put them in a? I need to raise the kids in a good place. Yeah, it's a tough one. I like Jersey too. It's a good state, Chris. Outside of the laws. All right, outside of the laws. All right. And Acre and Wayne, yeah. Joe Whip, love you, brother. Wayne is out of my price range. Wayne is out of my price range. All right, no way. Can't afford it. Can't afford it for what I want. 365 gets you 2 bet. Yeah, and it's run down and it's a piece of shit and it's no good. I'll pray for. Thanks, Eric. I appreciate that, my dude. I appreciate that. It's always appreciated. All right. I appreciate that. Boone, North Carolina is my home here in the Blue Ridge Mountain. That's dope. North Carolina's a great spot. Yeah, Dirty Air's down there too. Mooresville. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's expensive, man. I got to keep grinding. I got to keep working my balls off. I'll tell you that much. I got to keep grinding. As far as I'm concerned, I haven't even unlocked. Where I got to be. All right. I haven't even unlocked. Rich says rosary updates. My sisters ordered a bunch of the green beads yesterday, so I'll email everybody back once I know where they are and everything. But they were like, "Oh, good, we got people." They ordered the green beads. They were out of them. So, all right. So good stuff. Property taxes, yeah, property taxes are crazy in Jersey. Don't come to Florida. Don't worry, Ryan. I'm not interested in living down by you in Florida. I like it down there, but I couldn't live down. I don't want to live down there. Although I tell you what, if I end up after I'm preparing ZK's garage for a big off season once the Eagle season is done, it's a good spot to live for cars because you can drive them all year round. Damn, Master Eagle, 42 acres. Whew, that's good living right there, my friend. Yeah, don't worry, Rico. I've looked into all the things you're talking about, Rico. All right. I've looked into all the things you're talking about. It's fun. I will say, as much as it's stressful, it's fun. It's fun to be able to kind of go through these parts of life where you get a house, you move in, all these different things. It's cool. It is, man. It is pretty cool. Charles, that's good advice. It says, don't overbuy, but I've purchased 5 houses in my lifetime. They've all appreciated significantly. It's a good investment. Start with school ratings, though. That's good advice there, Charles. That's good advice. All right. Yeah, Chris, I can hear you. I can believe that. All right. Yeah, Paul, I'm just not. I like New Jersey. I've said it. I think New Jersey is a great place to live. There's a lot of great towns. I found a great house in New Jersey that was in my price range. That had everything I wanted, from a garage to backyard to a little bit of space. It was in a cul-de-sac. It was beautiful, And you look at the taxes and you look at it and you're just like, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. So. Even my brother, who has to be there because of it, he owns a big business in New York. His business office just moved from Manhattan to Brooklyn. They got a much bigger space. He's got a big lab and everything. But he's like, I has to be in Jersey. And he's like, I've been here for a year and I'm already like, I got to get the fuck out of here. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting to see where your boy Big Z ends up, but I'm looking forward to it. All right. I'm open to be persuaded if anybody wants to persuade. All right. Anybody wants to persuade me, you let me know. Okay. Big Mike, the Karen meter. That's a pretty good one. Big Mike, today we can call it the cheese meter instead of the Karen meter. You got the cheese meter today. It comes out of the woodwork. How do you not vote like me? All right, cheese. All right. You sent me a persuasive text. Dirty, are you recruiting me to North Carolina? Let me check this thing. Ooh, I'll look at this. Great driving roads, too. Oh, man, that's funny. One sec. I got to do one thing on my computer for the woman, for my lady. All right, give me a sec. Give me a sec, folks. Give me 1 second. Oh, my gosh. The mouse keeps dying. Guys, it's been 3 weeks. Every night when I work till 11, I tell myself, plug in your mouse at the end of the night. The thing stays charged for like 2 weeks. And every time I do this, I just look, and it's like Apple. Who makes this design? This is where you plug the mouse in. Who? Why? Why? Why would you plug the mouse in at the bottom of the mouse? Oh, yeah, I think I can use that. Like, at least the keyboard, you plug it in right there. So the keyboard sits flat, it plugs in, and it charges as you use it. I mean, this is how you charge an Apple mouse. Who makes this? Who came up with this? Who came up with this shit? Who came up with this crap? So I got to sit here. I got to wait for a minute. It'll get 3%. It'll last me 20 minutes. And then it'll drop off again. Please, somebody shoot me a text tonight at like 11:30 p.m. and say, "Yo, Jay, plug in your mouse." Z, plug in your mouse. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. That's what I got to do. Guys, we got to hit this super chat goal if we want a giveaway. We got to hit the super chat goal. We're like 11 or 12 away. That's not good. I know. Yeah, real estate's no good down there in Florida right now. I think my dad was trying to sell his condo down there, and it wasn't working out. It wasn't working out. Give me 1 sec, guys. Give me 1 second. 1 second. All right, here. Rich says, Z, honeymoon ideas. I don't know yet. Something good, I'll tell you what. Something good. Something good in something 2 weeks. I'm not kicking my feet up for 7 days. That's not enough. I don't vacation ever. Honeymoon is like a built-in vacation in life. I'm going 2 weeks. I'm going maximum relaxation, Rich, whatever that looks like. There's like different ways you can do it, right? Like, I'd love to go to Italy because I've never been to Italy, and I have Italian roots, and I just love Italy. Never been there, but I've always like loved what's there. I want to see Rome. I want to see all the different places in Italy. But the problem with Italy, it's like you go and it's like almost like all day you're like place to place sightseeing, and you're seeing all these different things, and it's like you're like working. It's like, all right, I want to chill. Like, have you ever seen one of those bungalow thingies where it's like you sit in this like bungalow on the water, and it's like the only thing you can see is like the crystal clear blue waters out in front of you with room service. I'm like, yeah, I might like that style a little better, I want to relax. All right. Rico says, what was the final answer? I'll tell you what, my fiance was not out on the live stream idea, but she saw it opportunistically. All right. She doesn't quite have the relationship with the great people of JAKIB Nation that I do. She said, how many supers can we get? I'm like, honey, I don't know. I'm not sure how many supers we can get, honey. Probably a lot, but I don't know. I can't even get 10 today to do a giveaway today. Caribbean? I don't know. Absolutely, Eduardo. I know you're right about that. Eduardo, you're kind of a big traveler, aren't you? You were in Brazil last year. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm looking forward to it, though. It's an exciting time of my life. You know, it is. It is an exciting time. You know, moving from this phase to the next phase, you're getting married, you're going to get a house, get your own place. You know, it's cool. I'm really looking forward to it. All right. All right. Oh, look at this. Lucius says, so while you're gone, you're going to let the legends get the host for a day. That's actually not a bad idea. All right. That's not a bad idea. Lucius, you think you can manage it? You think you can sit in the Big Z chair? Huh? Who's local to PA? They might have to come over to the Big Z studios. You know, might have to come over to the Big Z studios, host from the Big Z chair. I don't know if you can manage that, though. Lucia says, tag me in. Brandon, yeah, I know you. I'm sure everybody would like to host. Until you get on the screen, it's like Anton. Anton, if you're listening. Anton tells me every day on the post-game show, every week on the post-game show, he's like, as a content creator myself. And then one time he was on, my internet dropped out. He's on the shows like a deer in the headlights. I was like, Anton, what happened? I thought you were a content creator. What happened? Yeah, I picked on Anton for that. All right. All right. Ryan, I told you we got like the studio off the back, dude. It's got its own entrance and everything. All right. Dude, Tuscany. I want to see Curtis. I'm Catholic. I want to go to Rome, man. I want to see the Vatican. I want to go to Rome. But I hear you. Tuscany would be cool too. I don't know if I do Venice, but Xander, we don't understand. Yeah, Aussie. Aussie is like another world. All right. It is. It's like another world. It really is. The eternal optimist Anton will turn this shit into a self-help book. Sometimes I do that too, Brian, don't I? Sometimes I ramble about shit. Some of you like it, some of you don't. Some people get fired up. Some people are like, dude, talk about the Eagles. I'm like, dude, I talk about the Eagles for like 68 hours a week. All right? 30 minutes ain't going to kill you. Click somewhere else if you want. Nothing worse than that. Nothing worse than people who try and program the network for me. All right? So, pretty funny. All right, everybody. I would like to do a giveaway today. I think at the very least I should do some sort of legend giveaway, but I don't know if a jersey qualifies today. I told you guys, I've already mapped out. November, December will be a massive giveaway month on the channel. All right. Yeah, I have a Vatican. I have a rosary blessed by the Vatican already, actually. But I would like to do that, Eduardo. That'd be cool. Here's Dirty Air. All right, another super chat. We're inching closer. Just sent you a video while I'm sitting here charging my rental. No wonder these people like the Chiefs. Yeah, well, I bet I know what this video is going to look like. Let me look at it. Oh, my goodness. Look, this is what Dirty Air sends me. No wonder these people like the Chiefs, he says. Can you see it? It's blurry a little bit, but poor dude didn't know that Dirty Air was filming him. That's pretty funny, Dirty Air. Guys rollerblading around looks like some sort of supermarket parking lot. Yeah, I hear you. The Chiefs are all they got, man. They got he's got the 2x2s. That's pretty funny. Oh man. Zay, do Tuscany instead of the Venice, Rome, Florence thing. Don't get me wrong; those places are awesome. But it sounds like Tuscany is more what you're looking for. I guess Tuscany, you're saying, is more relaxation. Bigger than Sills. Good name. If your budget is over 500, just build a house, buy land, and do it that way because you can literally build everything you want for 250. It's not a bad idea. The problem there, Bigger than Sills, which is an interesting name, tough to say, but it's finding the piece of land, you know? It's finding the piece of land. All right. It's finding the piece of land. It's not a bad idea, though. I'm definitely open to that. You know, I already told my girl I would be willing to do that. I also own speaking of Florida, I do. One of the investments I made when I was younger and I started, you know, making money for the first time is I bought land down in Florida. I have like 3 parcels down in Sarasota County, unbuilt. And I might just sell them now. But there's a hospital being built in the area where it is. So I was like, should I wait on them? Will they go up in value? I don't know. You know, I don't know. Zach Lambert, that's all right, Zach. I think you're a legend member. He says, wish I could send more, but go Birds. Thanks, bro. Sarasota County, Rich. Oh, where are you? Are you Sarasota County? Now, the grass is not cut. It's completely undeveloped. I bought them like 4 years ago, but I own 3 of them. So I might flip them. The interesting part about land, I think you can use, if you own land in cash. Now, it's not that easy to own it all outright in cash. I own the Florida lands in cash, but if you own it in cash, I think there are some lenders who will let you like use the collateral in your land as like a down payment for the home. I think, I don't know. That could be interesting. So if like, I don't know, you spend, 50 grand, 100 grand on land, I think you can use it as down payment kind of on that. I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works. HKP, what's up, brother? About to head into work, but praying for you and all your future endeavors and success and everything you do. Much love. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. HKP, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man. I'm keeping up with you too. You know it. I follow along on your Instagram. I love your posts whenever I'm on there and I see them. All right. HKP, appreciate it, brother. Go get that money. Work hard, man. Work hard. As always. A-Team still at work. A-Team, A-Team, when do you want to meet? I got your jacket. When are you available to meet? I might have to drive that sucker over to you. Once it gets a little oh, here we go. Nevis Island was real chill, big dog. Where's that? Nevis, thanks for the big super chat, Master Eagle. I appreciate you, dude. Nevis Island. Oh, ooh. This is pretty. My 10:30 meeting got canceled. Nice, Siglord. Z, near Sarasota Memorial. Where's that? I think they're building a Sarasota Memorial. No, not in North Venice. No, not there. It's like Northport. It's like Northport, Rich. Like Northport. Straight Jacob watching. Let's go. Love it. All right, appreciate. I'm trying to give some more time. I'd like to do a giveaway today, at least. I'm gonna do a legend giveaway today, but it might just be Jacob merch. I'm gonna start tossing out Jacob merch like candy. Once I get more of these hats in. Once I get these, that's these hats. You guys like these hats? I like them. I think they look good. I think I sold a couple yesterday too. Rich, I know you ordered one. Ryan, thanks, dude. I appreciate it, man. All good, Ryan. Everybody's got shit to do. I know. I get it. Believe me. I'm laying out my shit to do. I get it, Ryan. Ryan, appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it. It's Northport. I own land. You own land there too? Nice. Yeah, I've been getting spammed too, but a bunch of low ballers, you know. Yeah, I bought it like 5 years ago, Irish, or 4 years ago, maybe. All right. We've gotten 12 plus. No, I don't think so. Teal is 5 plus. So we got 17 total supers on the show. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. Yeah, no, 12 is right. Giveaway. Thanks, Big Lord. Appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. The ticker is counting. It's got to be $5 or more. That's what's happening. The ticker is counting. The ticker's counting successfully. I do the math. Do the math in your head. 20 supers of $5 is $100 of revenue. YouTube takes 50%. It's $50. That's the math. You guys think I did. I'm not trying to fleece you. I'm very honest about this. I've always been very honest and very open about it. All right. After early June, yeah, that's. Yo, Lucius, that's a great pick of you. That's a great pick. Where is that, Lucius? Where is that, brother? Oh, Irish. Thank you, bro. Oh, in Greece. I see it, Lucius. Good picture, dude. Good pick of Lucius. In Greece. It always stays blurry. Oh, now I messed up my camera. Look, I'll show you it. The great people of JAKIB Nation. There's Lucius. Standing like a king out there, Lucius. I love it, brother. I love it. Oh, come on, camera. Come on, camera. There we go. There we go. Irish, thanks for becoming a member, brother. Appreciate it, Irish. Appreciate it. All right, we're getting close to giveaway territory. I'm feeling a little more love right now. Okay. What was that? Real quick. Let me look what that was. Irish, welcome in, brother. Appreciate you for becoming a JAKIB fan, man. Appreciate it. Go Birds. Appreciate you. Lucius, good pick. Good pick. All right, what are you thinking on this game this weekend, guys? Eagles, Bucs. I feel like the Eagles have a big advantage in this football game, but this Bucs team always plays as good, and Todd Bowles does have Jalen's number in a way. You know, I don't think it's as big as people make it out to be honest with you. I know it's 1-4, but I don't know. I've never, the only game I really feel like Todd Bowles fucked up Jalen was the 2 playoff games. You know, the first game he had Brady, though. And was that even Bowles? That might not even have been Bowles. Who was the head coach that year? Bucs playoff game 2021 versus Eagles. No. Yeah, it was Brady. But who was the coach that year? Who was the coach that year? Jalen was 23 of 43 in that game. 1 touchdown, 2 picks. That was his first year started. Why doesn't it show me the head coach on ESPN? Come on. Who was the coach that year? Was it Bruce? Yeah, it was Bruce still. So that wasn't even Bowles. The next year, though, was the next playoff year was 2023 year when, that was brutal for Jalen, dude. Oh, man. He fumbled it. Remember, he fumbled it into the end zone, and then he took a safety. Oh, gosh, that was a brutal fucking game. That game was legitimately hard to watch. That was a legitimately hard to watch game. It really was. It was a hard to watch football game. Brandon, thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man. All hands on deck. 7 more. Go Birds. Appreciate you, B-Hal. Appreciate you, brother. All right. Appreciate it, man. Lucius says, for the peeps. Thank you, Lucius. Good stuff, brother. Thank you, man. Okay, yeah, that's right. Bowles was the DC. That's right. That's right. He was the DC, and then he got promoted. Thank you for that. That's right, Ryan. Thank you, brother. All right. Cody says, Zander, I think Jalen is handling the blitz well. Bowles, in my opinion, made Hurts better. We will see how much he's improved from the past times. Cody, the only thing I keep saying this, the one area I'd like to see Hurts improve right now is, when you see that blitz coming, you got to get to the hot route. I know John, for some reason, John's weird about saying it. He keeps saying he doesn't want to, people aren't ready for the conversation. I'm like, what are you talking about? Who cares if people are ready for the conversation? Have the conversation. I want to get smarter. I want to learn about the game. I want to figure out, what's going on. I want to talk about the football team. That's the one area I think Hurts could be better. And he'll get there, I think. He just started picking up protections at the line of scrimmage a couple of years ago, last year. So I think he'll get there. But, I would like to see him get more hot routes in there. It almost appears that when they do have the opportunity for a hot route, instead of going to a quick pass, they just go to the go route. because they just like that so much. But, you know, I think he's getting better, but that would be the one area I think Hurts can improve a little bit. You know, you want to give yourself the opportunity to, you know, take advantage. If a team is going to blitz you over and over again, you have to make them pay for it. You know, and if you don't make them pay for it, they're going to keep doing it. You know, it's not going to change. Let me refresh this. What's the counter up to? Oh, the goal. That's why. Did the goal end? I thought I made it 3 hours. We might be close. So that would be the one area I would say on Jalen. Caesar, what's up, brother? Caesar says, Big Z, Brazil and Chile are waiting for you. All right. I love it, Caesar. I don't know, though. You want me to honeymoon in Brazil and Chile? Is that a good spot to honeymoon? What do you? I just got done saying how much I hate dancing. You want me to come to Brazil and start shaking my ass with the Brazilians? I'll be dancing in town with the Brazilians doing their whatever kind of dancing you call that. All right. John whines about the fans, and he does whine about the fans. Him and Jeff Kerr, it's like both of them. Eduardo says, yo, low-key Xander, John annoyed me when he said the fans ain't ready for that conversation. Like, my mans, who are you to say we're not ready for a topic? It just rubbed me the wrong way. I agree. All right? I agree. No, the no tax on tips does not apply to supers. No. No. No, it's just total revenue. It's just 1099 revenue. It's just, that's all. It's not you don't get off the hook on that. Dirty Air says, John keeps saying Eagles don't use hot routes, but I literally heard Cam Jurgen saying they do this week. Dirty Air, I think they do, but it's the go routes. Like, I don't know why they don't call a quick slant. Like, you have A.J. Brown, you got the blitz coming. The second I identify that, I'm like, all right, give me a slant. You know? Give me a slant. So, I don't know. Izzy B wants to see that. I'm sure you do, Izzy B. I'm sure you do. 15-1. There you go. Lucius is keeping that. 110, 120, 13 5s. Nice. Oh, all right, Caesar. If you're saying relax on the beach, shit, man. Maybe I'll look into it. I was always thinking Europe over South America, but maybe not Europe. I don't know. Somewhere over there. I hear you, though. I'm not a traveler, guys. I got a passport. The thing is stamped empty. I've only been outside the country like 3 times, and it was all for hockey tournaments when I was young. All for hockey tournaments to Canada, I believe. Yeah, I think that's the only out of the country place I've ever been. I've been to a lot of states though in America. I've been to all the southern states: Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Texas, Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida. I don't know. I've probably done like 20 states, maybe. Probably been to like 20 states. I've also driven to Texas there and back like 10 times, which is crazy. But I had a dog when I lived in Texas. My dog was jumped in the car and drove with me. I used to savage those drives, man. They were like 26 hours probably. And I would just go. And then when I was literally like too tired, I was about to fall asleep, I would pull over to a rest stop, 2 hours in the car, doze off, 2-hour power nap, wake up, and boom, go. I would knock it out in 2 days. Knock it out, like leave 5 a.m. one morning, and I would get there the next day. So that's always how it went. But those were crazy drives. They were crazy drives. So where have I been? Let me look. Where have I been? All right, Texas, done. Arizona, I've never been to Arizona. Been to California, been to Nevada, been to Utah, been to Wyoming, been to Colorado, been to Montana. I've been to Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee I've been to. Chicago, Illinois I've been to. Michigan, no. Ohio, maybe for hockey back in the day. Ohio. Virginia, obviously. New Jersey, obviously. New York, obviously. Vermont, I've been to. Maine, I never made it all the way up to Maine. Massachusetts, I've been to. Connecticut, yes. Delaware, yes. Maryland, yes, obviously. West Virginia, yes. Never done Kentucky. So I've been to a lot of places in America. Kimberly says, for the honeymoon phone. Thank you, Kimberly. She sends $1.99. YouTube takes 50%. $1. I got $1 to toss at the hookah at the ladies, at the hula ladies in Brazil. All right. Yeah, see, Charles, I don't know if I want to do that. If you go to Europe, you'll be busy sightseeing, and you should. That's the problem. If you go to Europe, you have to sightsee. It's like, why would you not? All right. I think I went there for a college game. I forget what I went there for. Was it one of my college buddies lived in West Virginia, I think? And we went there for a West Virginia game. They weren't even playing Alabama. I think it was just one of those things. Alabama had a bye week, and he was going home. We went to West Virginia. Not a whole lot in West Virginia. I've driven through it many times, but yeah, West Virginia, yeah, that's where I went. It's a fun school for sure. They party hard down there. All right, they party hard. Y'all use cruise control on the highway? It depends where I'm driving. I mean, in the vet, no. I don't think I've ever clicked cruise control on in the vet. Not in the vet, Abe. All right. All right. Oh, you're from West Virginia? Nice, Drew. Is there a lot in West Virginia? Am I wrong? Can you prove me wrong? Yeah, I love that song. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. It's a good song. Good song, man. You hear all those songs. You go to school in the South, it's like, oh, my God, you hear all those songs. You know, I don't know how many more times in my life I can listen to that song and, you know, what's the Tennessee song? Rocky Mountain Top or whatever the heck it is. Goofy ass Tennessee. Goofy ass Tennessee. Tennessee was cool. When I was in high school, I went to Tennessee. I went to Tennessee for a game. They actually played versus Alabama when I was there. I was in high school at the time. My best friend in high school, who I was actually roommates with in college, Chuck, he's been my best friend my whole life. Legend. Total legend. Very, very different than me, but a total legend, man. I'll tell you my Cali trip But I went to Tennessee. I was like a junior in high school, I think, or a sophomore in high school, maybe. Let me look. I got a picture of me on the campus, though. Look, there's me and Chuck on the campus. That was October of 2014. Holy shit, time goes quick. Look, there's me and Chuck on campus. I'm holding a fireball like it's like my baby. It's a pretty place, though. It's a pretty school, man. It is. There's me and Tom Quiggs on the Tennessee campus, Knoxville, Tennessee. It's a fun day. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I was a youngster there, man. I don't know. How old was I? 2014? I guess I was 16 years old. All right. Now, Eduardo, I promise you, Chuck qualifies as a legend. He really does. I've never met anybody like Chuck, dude. I've never met anybody like Chuck. You guys would love Chuck. He is a GOAT. All right. He is. Dave says, what'd you go to Cali for? So back when I just said October 24, I went to Tennessee. I went to California in October 11th, 2015. So the following October, I went to Cali. So one of my other best friends from high school, his brother lived in Beverly Hills. He was trying to become an actor at the time. I think he still is actually out there. Look, there's me at the Santa Monica Pier. October, what does it say up there? October 2015. There's your boy, Big Z. All right. There's me at the Beverly Hills sign. There's me at the Beverly Hills sign. I've done my fair share of American traveling, but it was cool. I mean, it was Cali. It was cool. We went to the beach and shit. It was fun. It was fun. Bring him on the show. Chuck would be great on the show. I don't know. I think he'd get a little nervous, honestly. But he's a partier, Eduardo. He will, on a light day, he'll drink 12 beers like it's nothing. He's Irish and he's a big boy. He's a big Irish dude, man. He drinks beer like nobody I've ever seen in my life. I mean, that dude just absolutely slugs alcohol. I'm like, I don't get it. I used to be that way, but it very quickly ended after I left college, and I'm like, I'm done drinking. I don't like drinking. I never even did when I could drink, when I had a good tolerance for it. I never even liked it that much then. All right, 10:50. Are we in giveaway range yet? Are we in giveaway range yet? Aruba, that's pretty cool, Abe. I went to Scotland. Nice, Howard. Beautiful country to vacation in. Nice, Howard. Appreciate you, brother. Howard, I think I saw, did you upgrade to a legend recently? I think I saw that. Let me look. I just got a notification from YouTube. Cheers to 5 years on YouTube. Wow, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Where's my boy Howard? Yeah, Howard upgraded. Great. Appreciate you, Howard. All right. Oh, all right. You've been a legend. All right. So never mind. I guess you didn't upgrade. I don't know why I got that update on my side. All right. My oldest almost got ran out. Eduardo, how many kids you got? Had it not been for me pulling her by the ponytail, SMH, whole time the driver was probably thinking, goddamn tourists, damn. Be safe out there, Eduardo. You got to protect the kids. Good job by you. All right. All right. Congrats on 5 years. We're pushing. All right. Half a decade. That's exactly what YouTube said. That's what the notification said. It says, oh, I dismissed it. Now it's gone. I dismissed it. Now it's gone. So it said something about that, half a decade. Yeah, we're cooking. I told you guys the numbers in September. We're killing it in September. I'm very excited. Good September increases from last year. So, all right, I'm trying to do a giveaway. We're almost there. We are almost there. That's right, St. Andrews, yeah. Who's watching the Ryder Cup this week? Who's watching the Ryder Cup this week? Anybody watching the Ryder Cup? Sometimes golf bores me to watch, but I do like the Ryder Cup. Who's teeing off today? And did they already tee off? They probably already did tee off. Yeah, 7 a.m. this morning, I think. Ooh, DeChambeau, Justin versus Rahm and Hatton. Scheffler versus Ludwig Aberg. He's good. Ludwig. Colin Morikawa. I hate Colin Morikawa. Oh, my gosh. Colin Morikawa. I like how you guys just put a thumbs down. You guys don't watch golf at all? Golf's a fun sport, man. It is. Abe, I bet if you took up golf, you'd get the golf bug. USA better win. Reyes, you know it. Team USA. Robert says 24-14. All right, that's a good idea. Give me your score predictions. Oh, shoot. Did I get I get mine, right? 27-23. Give me your guys' score predictions. What's the score predictions for the game? Eagles versus Bucs this weekend. What's the score predictions? Ryder Cup. Oh, hell no. 24-17. I like that score, Eduardo. I like that score. Fun to watch? Oh, goodness. The Z-Man is delirious. I just said it wasn't fun to watch. Sometimes it bores me. But the Ryder Cup is cool because it's US. It's like USA. It's cool. It's different. Wild Bear. Do you even know it? Wait a second. Wild Bear. Do you have any idea what the Ryder Cup is? Wild Bear, what is the Ryder Cup? Without looking it up on Google, what is the Ryder Cup? Let me prove that you're the delirious one. Exactly. Nope. You have no idea what the Ryder Cup is. The Ryder Cup is probably the best form of golf it is to watch. It's very fun to watch. 87-12, you sound like M. Reyes. 34-21 Eagles. Ooh, big score. 24-21. I like that score. That's kind of where my thought was. 24-21 again. 27-21. 17-10. Ooh, sure, that'll be an ugly game. 28-26. All right, Eagles win. 27-17. I like that one. Eagles 17-14. Howard, that'll be ugly. Pumper says 36-22. Baker carries 52-3. Emrayes, you're going to come up with a better score prediction than that. 23-20. Philly fangirl. Philly Don 34-27. High scoring Philly Don. 30-27. Not bad. What's a Ryder Cup? 28-17. Go Birds. Go Birds. I've been wanting to pick up golf. Seems like it could be fun. Yeah, just be careful. Once you start playing, you will you get the bug and then you can't stop playing. It's good and bad. You know? It's good and bad. There was a year where I was a member at a country club because my brother lived in Bucs County, so we were a member at a country club out there. And I joined. It was 40 minutes away, but it was worth it because my brother was there. Dude, we golfed 4 days a week. It was crazy. I would produce Cilio, and I would be at the course to do 9, and I would finish Cilio's show from the Wi-Fi in my truck. I had Wi-Fi in my truck, and I would finish the show, end it, and then I would golf 9 at 6 p.m. every Thursday and Friday. Every Thursday, Friday. So I had the golf bug for a little bit, but I haven't been in 2 years now, man. I've been, but I've only been once or twice. And anybody who knows, if you want to be good at golf, once or twice in a year is not cutting it. You need to be out there once a week, maybe more than that. All right. We may get a blowout because they're injured at key areas. I don't know about blowout, but I feel pretty good about it. The reason I'm not picking a blowout is because I like Baker. Baker has the ability to keep the game close and kind of rally a team back at the end. So I've been reading this book. One of the things I'm trying to do as I get older is read more. I loved reading for a period of my time when I was younger. Made me much smarter. And now I've been so work heavy the last 4 or 5 years, I haven't really read much. But I've been reading this book. I'm about halfway through it. It's honestly really good. I think you guys would all like it, every single one of you. It's called The Essential Smart Football. And it basically runs you through a lot of the philosophies in the NFL and football at large and where they come from. Very good. There's a lot of concepts. There was a Saban defense school in here. You read about Dick LeBeau. You read about a bunch of stuff, man. Evolution of defense. I've really been enjoying it, honestly. You can read about Gary Kubiak, which is interesting because we obviously just went against the Kubiak. You read about the evolution of defense. It's cool. I've really enjoyed it, honestly. Run play in modern football. It's cool. It's a good book for anybody that wants to get it. Essential Smart Football, it's called, by Chris B. Brown. I don't know who Chris B. Brown is. I think he wrote a foreword, but I skipped it. I skipped it. I said, let me just get to the book, man. Let me just get to the book. But I'm about halfway through it. I'm enjoying it. I like it. I'm trying to read a little bit more. Maybe once I'm married and go up to bed at night, I read a little bit more then. Right now I just work. Big Track said, I'd rather watch paint dry. What, then read a book? Reading a book is how you get smarter. I used to be a major honk for economics books. I loved economics, dude. Milton Friedman, the Thomas Sowell books back in the day. That's probably how I became such a staunch conservative, is those books. Reading some of those books. They're banging books, though, dude. I recommend anybody reads those books. All right. I love those books. Milton Friedman's Capitalism and Freedom, great book. Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell. It's 700 pages. Great book. Great book. I read them back when I lived in Houston. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I read that. It's a good book. Robert Kiyosaki, he's interesting. A little bit bombastic, a little bit but a good book with a glass of Woodford Reserve. See, that's interesting. Woodford Reserve, not bad. Charlie Kirk loved it. I didn't even know that. Yeah, I like those books though. I've always loved all things economic. In college. So in college, I used to there was 2 classes in college that I didn't have to pick up I didn't have to do homework. I didn't have to read. I barely had to study. and I could walk in there and just ace a test. Macro and microeconomics. I got A's in those classes, both of them. Macro and micro, A's. Easy money. I loved economics. I loved it. I always did. I always loved economics. I've always loved that side of the world, the business side, the money side, the way the economies flow and things. So those are the two classes, and then math. I mean, even calculus in college, I crushed. I used to go into, I was a partier in college. I didn't do a lot of homework, didn't do a lot of studying, didn't do as much studying as I should have. But, I would go into, another test and you're like, oh shit, this is fucked up. I went into those calculus tests and I'm like, math, thank gosh. My brain just works like math. Math is how my brain works, man. It's how my brain works. Always has been. Yeah, macro's fire, dude. Love macroeconomics. Honestly, I think those books help you. Thomas Sowell, Basic Economics. Good book. All right. Stephen King. Yeah, he's not my style, but he's not my style. I don't like books I like real world books. Like, I don't like reading fantasy. I don't like reading anything that's fake. I don't like reading created story. It might be why I don't like movies, honestly. So I don't like movies. I don't like fake world. Like, I like the real world. I want to know what's happening in the real world. I want to optimize my life for the real world. I've always been that way, though. So nonfiction, I hate fiction. Nonfiction for me. Robert Ludlum. Do I know Robert Ludlum? Any good books by Robert Ludlum? I don't know. I have to look. There's some good ones, though. I do like a lot. There's a lot of good books out there. For any spiritual people out there, that like the Christianity books or things like that, there's a lot of good ones there too. G.K. Chesterton's incredible, The Everlasting Man. That probably made me more believe in Jesus and have faith in Jesus Christ than anything ever. That book was phenomenal. I read that when I was young. Phenomenal book. The Everlasting Man, highly recommended by G.K. Chesterton. Mere Christianity, for the people that can't reason with God, who need a more practical approach or explanation for Christianity and for God, for Jesus. Mere Christianity is awesome. Mere Christianity is awesome. Yeah, Mere Christianity is a great book. I told you, Capitalism and Freedom. Free to Choose by Milton Friedman. I think that's by him and his wife, Milton Friedman. That's a great book. I got to get back into reading. I do like it. I've just been working so much that I never when I get off the here, I'm like, I don't want to read, Which one, Cody? I'll let you know. I read that, Richest Man in Babylon. It's a great book. You know what other a good book about money? What's that book? My Millionaire Next Door. What's that fucking book called? What's that book called? Millionaire Next Door, I think. Yeah, The Millionaire Next Door. That's a great book. The Millionaire Next Door is a great book. The most recent Christian book you said, I forgot the name. Cody K. The two that I mentioned, I think, on the show are Mere Christianity, which you probably know. That's C.S. Lewis. That's pretty common. The one I said that I really like was G.K. Chesterton's The Everlasting Man. Very good book. Love that book. Yeah, that's an awesome book. G.K. Chesterton's Everlasting Man. Excellent. Yeah. That's the book that C.S. Lewis, who's obviously a famous author who wrote a lot about Christianity and wrote about it from a very practical way. Again, if you're one of those people who struggles with kind of the intangible part of faith, I would say, or the things that don't quite there's scientific brained people who almost it's like an equation, or, you know what I mean? For those type of brained people, C.S. Lewis is excellent for Mere Christianity. But I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly about the Everlasting Man book that I'm talking about, that was the book that converted C.S. Lewis from an atheist to a Christianity, to a Christian. So it's a really good book, man. It's a really good book. It's a really good book. It's a really good book. And then for the people here yesterday, I know we were debating, not debating, but we were talking about Catholics and Christians and the difference in the two. You know, all roads lead to Rome. I'm telling you, I could never. I have no problem with people who aren't Catholic. Believe me, I understand that we all have to subscribe to different beliefs, but I would always be a Catholic because it's, you know, to me, it's the one that traces right back to Jesus. You know, it's been around. It literally is the reason for Christianity's expansion, you know, in the world. And it's, you know, I've always viewed it as the fullest encapsulation of the faith. It doesn't mean that it's, you know, perfect. Doesn't mean that the other faiths are wrong. But it just, I've always loved my Catholic faith. I love the history to it. I love the depth to it. I love reading all about, you know, you can go all the way back to the earliest people who wrote and talked about Jesus Christ, all the way back to 100, 200 AD. You know, those are the people. I love reading those people. I love reading those people. You know, I find them to be more fascinating than some dude who wrote about Jesus Christ 1,800 years later. You know, that's always been my biggest problem with Protestantism. Like, it started in 1550 by Martin Luther. You know, like how are you gonna? You know what I mean? That's the one thing I've always struggled with it. Like, I believe in Jesus. You know, I follow all the way back to Jesus. What happened between 33 AD when Jesus died and 1500 when Martin Luther said, I don't like I want to get married, or whatever he said. I guess that was what, 1087. That was the first split in the church where, you know, that's where you have Orthodox now and Catholics. Orthodox and Catholics are very similar. Very, very, very similar. All the 7 sacraments, all the same things. You know, but basically their priests can just get married. That's really the main difference between Orthodox and Catholics. But I've always struggled with that part of Protestantism. You know? Yeah, Martin Luther in 1517. I don't like Martin Luther, man. I saw some of it, Big Trag. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, so that's good. Anybody that wants the finance books, go to Milton Friedman. I'm telling you. And Thomas Sowell's great too. Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell will bore the shit out of you, but it's very good. All right. What version of the Everlasting Man? I don't remember which one I read, but you could probably just find one on Amazon, honestly. Let me look it up for you. I forget when that was obviously Chesterton, so that was like early 1900s. I think it was like 1920s probably when he wrote that book. G.K. Chesterton has a great story. You know, Christian his whole life. I think in like the last couple weeks of his life, I think that was G.K. Chesterton, or maybe like took him 6 years to become a Catholic. You know, and then there's there's the other famous Christian author who on his deathbed, you know, converted to Catholicism, got confirmed as a Catholic on his deathbed because he was afraid of, you know, eternal salvation. It's crazy. And religion's very interesting. Religion, money, it's all interesting to me. I like the way the world works, you know. Yeah, I mean, Martin Luther is fine, but you know, he's responsible for the reason that we have 5,000 different, you know, denominations of Christianity, which to me doesn't sound right. You know? Yeah, the Dark Ages were a tough time. Were a weird time. I got to read more about the Dark Ages, right? It's one of the history things I love to, you know, to read about. Brandon, I agree. It's good to have a curious mind. I always do. Yeah, I agree. You know, actually, somebody I've read who, I guess he's kind of a controversial name. Maybe I shouldn't even bring it up. You know? Yeah, I know he did. Keys, believe me, I know the whole history. I get it. I've read about it. When I was 20 years old, I went through this whole thing of like, should I be Catholic? Why am I Catholic? You know, because a lot of people who are Catholics, like, they don't even know why they're Catholic, or they don't even really know what their faith is or where it goes. you know? So I went through this whole thing. I read about it all. I've read all about Martin Luther and all the different Protestant denominations and Lutheranism and, you know, why he hated the church and all these different things. But at the end of the day, they're all, you know, again, we could sit up here and debate for hours. People have been debating, you know, the different forms of Christianity and religion and politics and economics for thousands of years. You know, we're not going to solve it here on Zander Time on a football Friday. All right. Well, Abe, at the end of the day, Abe, this is such a good comment because it's so true. And it's for any like rational person, Abe, I can understand this completely. He says, Zander, I have questions about religion because of the people who abuse it. Well, Abe, you're right. It's a big thing, man. And at the end of the day, you know, my faith is not in man. My faith is in God. You know, people always used to say that to me about Catholics, like, the priest, how do you deal with the priest? I'm like, because I don't believe in priest. Like my faith isn't rooted in priest. Priests are sinners. You know, now is what they did completely fucked up? Absolutely. Do you think I'm happy about that? Absolutely not. You know, do you think I condone that? Fuck no. You know, but that doesn't mean faith is not belief in a man. Faith is an immovable belief in God and in Jesus, and for me as a Christian, in Jesus Christ. You know, you don't move off of that because a mortal man, you know, made a bad decision, or in this case, many mortal men made bad decisions, you know, and made us look bad. That's not what my faith is rooted in. It's called principles. You know, you have to have principles. Otherwise, you're a tumbleweed and you blow in the wind. Oh, this came out, so I can't subscribe to that anymore. Oh, this happened, so I can't subscribe to that anymore. You know, you got to have a backbone. There has to be a principle and a reason, you know, for your belief. If you don't have that, then yeah, you won't be faithful if you don't have that. You know, you won't be faithful if you don't have that. Keith, that's not true, though, because the practices of Catholicism are literally dated back to the days when Jesus was on the earth. I mean, you know, back in 100 AD when it started spreading all throughout Rome and everything, you know. So it's not really that true, Keith. They were doing the same things for 1,500 years. Martin Luther woke up one day and said, I don't want to do this anymore. Now, things obviously change in 1,500 years. You know what I mean? Different people obviously come along and, you know, some things change, but a lot of it was rooted in the same shit that they were doing in the earliest days of Christianity. But I get it. Again, I don't want to get into the Protestant Reformation because, you know, Keith, at the end of the day, this is what I don't like about it. And again, I don't look down on people who aren't at all. I think I honestly don't like how, you know, some Catholics are like that and then some Protestants are like that where they don't, oh, you're Catholic, you're not a real Christian. I'm like, what? What's that even mean? But the thing I would say is like that Reformation, that exact decision that you're talking about, that led to thousands of denominations of Christianity. So like Catholicism goes for 1,500 years. There's one denomination, except in I think 1054 was the schism in the church where the Orthodox Church split from the Catholic Church. Again, very similar beliefs, just small different things that went involved into it. You know, and then Martin Luther comes along, creates Lutheranism, and says basically anybody can interpret the Bible as any way that they see fit. By the way, the Bible that the Catholics compiled, you wouldn't have a Bible if it wasn't for the Catholic Church. You know, now it's like, all right, now you have 8 billion people on the planet who are open to their own interpretation of the Word of God. Yeah, now you end up with 5,000 denominations. Like that to me doesn't seem like that doesn't seem productive to me, Keith. You know, it almost seems like you watered down, you know, what was our faith. But I get it, you know. So I hear you. Where's the giveaway, Z? There's Kimberly getting us back on track. What's false, Big Z? What's false? I'll talk about it. What's false? It's not perfect. Yeah, Keith. It's definitely not perfect, Keith. None of it is. I don't claim that the Catholic faith is perfect either. I will not claim that. All right. But I don't know. Good history talk today. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to be smart. And it's a good thing to learn about the world. It's a good thing to read about it, man. All right. Siglord says 5,000 denominations, but they're all worshiping Jesus. Doesn't seem like a problem. It's not how I see it, Siglord. Just agree to disagree. Agree to disagree with you. But no problem with your beliefs. No problem with your thoughts on it. All right. All right, everybody. Should we do it? I'll do a giveaway. I'll do a giveaway today. I don't know if we've earned a jersey, though. You know, I wanted to get to the number to do the jersey. I wanted to get to the number for a jersey. I wanted to get to a number for the jersey. Frank from Philly, unreal, I tell you. I don't know what you're talking about. Keep an open mind to receive. You got to be. You got to have an open mind, right? I think I have a pretty open mind, right? I don't know if you're telling me I don't have an open mind, but I try and always keep a very open mind. All right. I try and always keep a very open mind, very, but in order for me to be convinced, I have to actually be convinced. I'm not going to lie to someone and say, oh, just because you think different, that means you're right. I got to actually be convinced, All the research I ended up doing, though, on my faith, it all led me back to where I am now, So, again, to each his own, though. All right, everybody, we'll do a giveaway. Let's see what we got. I got a JAKIB Nation shirt right here. Got that. I got a JAKIB hat we could give away. I got more of these shirts. Maybe we'll do 2 of these. Maybe we'll do some of these. Deacon Zander. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. No, you know what I want to be, though? I want to become a lector in church for sure. I want to read. I want to do the readings in church. I feel like that'd be good. I'm good on air. I can speak. You know what I mean? I feel like that'd be great. Be a nice way for me to contribute to my weekly mass. So I think I'd love to do that. That's one of the things I've actually always wanted to do once I get my own, once I have my own parish and stuff. Ryan, I understand your comments, but I think you're delegitimizing the power of Jesus, which is fine. Most people do until they realize it, which is fine. Most people do. JAKIB Colt, and I can operate my business tax-free. I don't know what you mean by that. Did Master Eagle ever answer where I was wrong? He said you're wrong, Big Z. Did he ever answer? I wanted him to tell me. I always like when people tell me I'm wrong. I'm open to the different opinion. All right. Starting a religion, in today's day and age. Thanks, Martin Luther, for that. Who said that? Brandon, you can thank Martin Luther. It's never been easier to start a church. All right. And apparently, if you're Curtis, you're all good, man. All you got to do is, hey, no different. 5,000, 6,000, 10,000. What's the difference? Here's DL. Why doesn't Vatican Pope return or allow access to treasures taken from American natives? I have no idea what you're even talking about, honestly. But I will talk about things with you. But I mean, sounds like you're in a mode of you're going to try and tell me why something the Vatican did is a reason I shouldn't be Catholic. Again, my Catholic faith has nothing to do with a single, mortal man. It has nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. All right. Xander, are you a Cursiesta? What is that? Cursiesta. That's not what you meant. That word didn't even come up. That's not what you meant. All right. You think I confused Martin Luther with the American government? No, wrong. Wrong. Dude, look at the explosion of denominations of Christianity after the Protestant Reformation. Come on, Sig Lord. It's all right, you're a Protestant. It's fine. But be honest about your history, just like I'll be honest about the problems with the Catholic faith. You got to be honest. You know, Martin Luther, the Protestant Reformation happened, and then, every 10 years after that, there was a new denomination, and then it increasingly exponentially built and became more. Come on, Sig Lord. You want to engage in the conversation, you got to be honest with yourself, all right? You got to be honest with yourself. Oh, you're not? All right, my bad, Sig. Zander is confusing symptoms with causation. Well, what do you mean, Keese? Elaborate, Keese. All right, I'll do a double T-shirt for a regular winner. And then I think I'll do a jersey for the Legends. All right. Awesome. Look at Andrew. I love this book. All right, I love this comment. Andrew Dirk says, I grew up Protestant up until 3 years ago. I converted to Catholicism. Honestly, I've never been happier with the religion than I am with Catholicism. God bless you, brother. Andrew, I couldn't agree more. And not everybody will get that feeling, and that's okay. We don't need everybody to get that feeling, but I know precisely and exactly what you're talking about. The fullness of our faith is so powerful and so profound, Andrew. I don't know how to explain it. It's the fullness of the faith is just it's so remarkable. It brings you so much peace. It really does. I couldn't agree more, Andrew. All right. No, Sig Lord, I'm sorry, but that is just not true. Objectively speaking, that's not what happened. Objectively speaking, Martin Luther told the world that you should interpret it your own way, and I ended up with 5,000 denominations. Come on, Sig! Sig needs to buy one of them books I was talking about. Sig needs to buy one of them books. I'm going to buy some of those books, too. All right, I'm going to do a jersey for a legend. Legends get a jersey. We're doing the Saquon. This thing still hasn't been given away because the guy who won it last time, it wasn't his size, so I got him a different jersey. Everybody's caught up on giveaways, exception of one, and he's caught up, but there was just a delay in shipping, and I think it's shipped now. Joe Whip, your Stout U sweatshirt got put on hold, but it's now in processing. So that thing should come to you probably next week, Joe, if you're still listening. All right? Come on, Siggy! Come on, Sig! Come on, Sig! Did my boy Master Eagle ever answer me? He never did. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. All right. This for the Legends. A Saquon jersey. Ready? This is what we're doing. A family giveaway. All right, we got 3 giveaways, so lock in. We should have done this earlier than 11:23. This thing's going to take an hour. By the way, you must be present. Actually, not for the Legends. Legends, you don't have to be present because it's your top paying, so you don't have to be present for the Legend giveaway. All right, this is what I'm doing. Ready? Legend jersey. So get your Legend memberships in. Jersey for Legends. Keith, that I agree with. For the JAKIB family. For the JAKIB family giveaway. You'll have a very good chance with the JAKIB family because I think we only have 20-something of you maybe. I'm doing a JAKIB pack. All right, a JAKIB pack. It could be any shirt from JAKIBmerch.com. This is just the one I have right now. I'm also wearing a tag right now. I think this is the bleed green one. Bleed green shirt here. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I had on the Stout U shirt. So for the family members, I told you guys I was going to do more for the family, for JAKIB family members. All right. we're doing a JAKIB hat and a JAKIB tee. So if you win on the family, you get a JAKIB hat and a JAKIB tee. They're great quality tees, by the way. They're comfort colors. They're very good. They're heavyweight. They're good. They're nice quality tees. They're not pieces of shit. All right. These aren't Gildans. They're nice. They're good. You will like them. Okay. You will like them. So legend, jersey, family member, JAKIB merch, hat and a shirt. And for just our regular giveaway where you must be present, just one of these Super Bowl t-shirts. All right. One of these Super Bowl t-shirts. I got a gray one still. I got a heather gray one. I got a black one, Super Bowl. I got the on-field shirt that they wore. All right, so we got some of these shirts, okay? And I'm a little size limited on these, so you're going to have to work with me. Whatever size, I'll tell you what sizes I have. Rich, I don't think there's a discount code right now, but maybe one day we'll get one. Rich, I don't really make any money on the merch. I'm not going to lie to you, dude. Like, you paid, what, $25 for the hat? I think it cost me $20, so I made $5. Cost me about $20 because I don't buy like the merch in house. Like, I don't have like a bunch of JAKIB merch. I order it right from the site and it goes ships right to you. So if you want a discount code, yeah, take my $5. I mean, whatever. It is what it is. I mean, if you really need it, but you already ordered your hat, Rich. Shut up. Your hat will come. All right. Your hat will come. All right. We're doing the legend giveaway last. We'll do the fan giveaway first. So just one Super Bowl shirt for the fan. All right. One Super Bowl shirt for the fan. All right. I got to pull my list together. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I shouldn't be cursing. We just had a whole show where we talked about Christianity and religion and economics. Oh, man. A lot of shit in life, right? A lot of stuff to learn in life, isn't there? I'm pretty infatuated by it all, I must say. I'm pretty infatuated by it all. I try and keep an open mind. I try and be willing to learn anything, all right? God made us curse. What a hilarious way to justify that. Now, God, all right? God sent Jesus Christ to save us from our sins, all right? When we sin, we separate ourselves from God. I need to try and not sin. And using foul language, I don't know, is that a sin? I don't know. Anybody, what's the theology on that? Is cursing a sin? It depends on your religious interpretation. Thanks, Martin Luther. Thank you, Martin Luther. That's the first thing that comes up. Is cursing a sin? Whether cursing is a sin depends on your religious interpretation. Thank you, Martin Luther. Oh, man. I'm just kidding. All right. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Relax, guys. Relax. Oh, man. Come on, Martin. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. All right. Give me a second. That's funny. Oh, shit. All right. Let me pull this member list. Let me pull this freaking member list. All right. First one we're doing is for a regular giveaway for all members. It's a t-shirt. All right. JAKIB t-shirt. I want to give a big shout out and a big thanks to Irish, who became a new member today. Yes, I do have us winning versus the Bucs. Content says, Zander, do you have us winning versus the Bucs? I bet you won't answer. Here I am answering. Now what? Now what, Content? Yes, we're going to beat the Bucs. I got 27-23 birds. I got 27-23 birds. Okay. Oh, where's my member list? Memberships. See your members. Download member list. Download. All right. Let me pull that up. Rich, I gave you a rosary update. I just gave you one. My sister's ordered the green beads. All right. All right, give me a sec. Sort. Current level. All right, beautiful. All right, we're gonna do. We will do the Eagles. Okay, Jacob family. Let me copy these. I got to get this member list. Dude, I know my new setup makes more sense, but holy crap, is it a nightmare. Holy crap, is it a nightmare. Holy crap, is it a nightmare. Irish, thanks for becoming a member, brother. Appreciate you. If you're still listening. All right, convert to text. All right, legends. Now I'm pulling my legends. I got to go and pull the website next. Website, much appreciated. All you guys who are on the website. Just way more conducive for the business in terms of, fees and everything that goes with it. 3% fee versus 50% fee. You do the math. All right. You do the math. No, Legends, you're still in. It's for everybody, Jason. It's for everybody. I'll never take Legends out of a giveaway, Jason. That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk, Jason. That doesn't work like that. All right. It doesn't work like that. I do want to cut down on duplicate winners this year. I mean, I was okay with duplicate winners last year. Depending on the situation, I'll keep an open mind on it. But yeah, it's much better if because I want as many people to win as possible. It doesn't mean if you're a legend and you win, I'm not going to cut you out, obviously. But I don't think somebody needs three jerseys or something like that. How many shirts do I sell in a good month? I don't sell it. Shirts is not our business model. It's just an add-on for people that like the JAKIB merch. Looks like we might be, Kimberly. Honestly, we might be. Let me pull it up. Give me a sec. Holy mackerel. That makes sense. Oh, no. Is Philly Don hitting me with a Bible verse right now on why I shouldn't be cursing? Oh, Philly Don. Don't do it to me, Don. Don't do it to me, brother. All right? Don't do it to me, Don. Apply. All right, here we go. Where is my girl Kimberly? Kimberly, you upgraded the legend. Very well. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay, here we go. Fans on the site, you get Thomas. I think did you upgrade as well, Thomas? Charles says, I'll go to Mass if you send me a jersey. That might be worth it, Charles. I might do that, Charles. I will give up one of the jerseys to giveaways to get another one of my brothers in Christ in the church. I love it. Great idea. All right. Great idea. All right. Export. All right. I got these guys. Give me a sec. All right. Copy. It's always hard to do this because there's different names on the All right, Keith Johnson, Rasheed Mixon, Master Eagle, Chris Scott, Wild Bear. Wild Bear, what's your name on YouTube? Wild Bear 513. Is she still in here? Wild Bear is a girl, I believe. Wild Bear, are you here? Charles, you got to read The Everlasting Man. Come on, brother. All right, get the family. Y'all going to have to give me a second. You want the giveaways? You got to have patience. You want the giveaways? You got to have patience. Abe, thanks for being a family member on the site. Real Rich, Devin Parker. Appreciate all you guys, man. You guys are epic. Love this community, man. We got such a good we do. We have a good ass JAKIB community. I hope everybody feels like that. I know I certainly feel like that, but hey, it's my community, it's my channel, so maybe I'm biased. But I certainly feel like we have a pretty awesome community here. So I do want to thank everybody once again for all the support, all the talk, all the great things we talk about. You know, we've had Zander time has been a good one today. We've talked about like literally everything. I mean, we were talking about economics. We were talking about Christianity. We were talking about religion. We were talking about all the things they tell you not to talk about with people. But we break down those barriers because we're not stooges. Right? You can have conversations with people. You should be able to, at least. All right, here we go. So I got all of my fresh import of all my members. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate and love all of you guys. All right, now let me get the list. I'll convert to Catholicism for some season tickets. Yeah, but I want you to actually convert from your heart, not because of season tickets. I will. I am thinking about doing a giveaway for tickets for the Lions game. How banging would that be? How banging would that be? How banging would that be? Ticket. I need more than a couple chats though. Eagles Lions tickets. Come on, man. I got a set of Eagles Lions, Eagles Bears, and one other ones. All lower level, Rich. Rich, all lower level, baby. All the tickets we give out, JAKIB. Ask Dirty Air. We just sent Dirty Air to a game. Love Dirty Air. Lower level. It'll always be lower level. I can't guarantee your section, but it'll always be lower level. I tell you, Rich, I am who I say I am, Rich. I like quality. I'm not sending JAKIB Nation up to the top. You know, I'll get you the last two tickets at the last top row in the nosebleeds. No knocking those seats. That's fine. If you're in the stadium, that's a good seat. But if I'm doing a giveaway for tickets, I'm sending my people to a good seat. I'm sending my people to a good seat. That's just how it goes, man. That's just how it goes. All right, now I got to find this membership tiers. Here we go. All right, here we go. Updated. All right, let's put it in. See, this is maximizing your dollars for entries. Thomas says, I'm a fan on YouTube, legend on the site. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate you, brother. I think Thomas is actually newer. Thomas, were you with us last season? No, right? You told me you found us this summer. I think you said in an email to me. That's pretty cool. You know, a lot of people here that weren't here for our giveaways last year. Thomas doesn't know what we did last year. A lot of people were here, but a lot of people weren't here, which is awesome as well. When do we play the Lions? I think it's week 11 or 10. No, 10 is Green Bay, right? 10 is Green Bay. I think 11, Sunday Night Football, Detroit in Philly. That's iconic. Abe, you hate to hear that, Abe. I think it's week 11, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look up the Eagles schedule because there's a couple games I got tickets to that I'm going to give away to people. But I don't know how I'm doing it yet. We do these in very different ways. So I've never done them through all right, so these are the tickets I have right now for the Birds. I don't want to do anything in October. That's too soon because I want to give a runway to be able to promote it. Lions Eagles is November 16th. All right, so that is week 11, I believe. I got tickets to the Black Friday game, Bears at Eagles, November 28th. And then I got the final game of the year, Eagles Commanders at home. Now, I do have a set of tickets to go to Washington as well, but whether I do that for the channel, I don't know. And then we obviously have the Bills game as the bus trip we have. So if you want to go to the Bills game, hit us up. We got the bus trip. The bus trip, we're sending like a bus of 80 or 60 Eagles fans, and we're driving out to Buffalo. I'm not doing it, but JAKIB is putting it on. My pops is doing it, managing it. Hotel and flights included. Well, I guess you're not in the area. Washington's a drive for me. I would drive to that game. Yeah, the Washington home. The problem with that last game is that it's, I don't know who's playing, but we'll see. ChatGPT is still analyzing my new list to give me my entries. So give me a second, everybody. You're going to have to hold tight. You're going to have to hold tight. Oh, I'm Reyes. I can get Jerry's World. I can get Jerry's World. M. Reyes. I can get Jerry's World. I might have to send Reyes. I might have to send my boy M. Reyes. I might have to send my boy M. Reyes. Eagles, Cowboys at Jerry's World. That'd be epic. Reyes is a loyal JAKIB guy. Maybe I'll send Reyes. To be determined. All right, first we're doing a T-shirt for a fan. You got to be present for this, all right? It's not just fans. It's for any member. Oh, man. 666 entries. We can't do that. That's like Satan. I'm out of my name. Zander, if I win, we do a redraw. Oh, man, that's funny. All right, here we go. You guys ready? All right, here we go. Look, there was 666. I added Zander for the last one. All right. T-shirt, you got to be present for this. The next two, you do not. A fan and a legend, you do not have to be present for those, all right? Because I'm just going to give them to whoever wins when I pull the list, all right? Okay. One shuffle. Uh-oh, Dirty D. Bud Scroggins. There's Abe. Zach. Pork. ZM. Derek Epps. Right on the bench. Start. Holy moly. If I win, we do a redraw. Don't worry. I don't want it. All good. Come on. Gary A. Gary, are you out there? Not to be confused with Gary Sexton. Hey, that's how you signed up, dude. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'll fix it. I'll match it to your other one now, Abe. That I know. Because that's from your site. That was the site pull. Gary A. Gary A., are you out there? Come on, I got to get out of here. My fiance is on her way over. I got to talk to my honey about some stuff. Gary A., you're done. You're done and you're dusted. I don't got time. Here we go. Shovel. Start. Come on. Come on. Bob Brown. Bob's a legend. I almost want to upgrade Bob from a t-shirt. Yeah, this is for all members. This is for all members, Drew. All member giveaway here. Next, we're doing family, and then we're doing legend. Then we're doing legend. Oh, Real Rich just started the subscription. Did I? Oh, I got you, Real Rich. I did. I got you. Is Bob here? He was here earlier. I kind of want to give Bob a shirt anyway, but maybe I'll just hit him up later and do another giveaway for now. Bob's been a member for like 30 months, guys. Oh, Nick Sirianni's speaking. That can't be good. That guy, I have never heard a more boring dude to listen to in my life. Nick Sirianni is legitimately unlistenable. All right, let me get Bob. My bad. My bad, folks. I clicked back by accident. My bad. No, it wasn't. I clicked back on the wrong tab, bro. I clicked back on the wrong tab. All right, here we go. Let me share it. All right, back up. 667 participants. One shuffle. Start. Francis Kelly. Francis, are you out there? First it was the mouse, now it's the computer. Now I got it. You're right. I should probably plug in my mouse. This thing's probably sitting at 2%. Francis, are you out there? Francis, are you out there? Who? Get him out of here. All right. Let's do this quick. I'm about to just pick Bob and move on to the next because I got to go. I didn't realize how late it was. We rambled about books. You know, it all started with this stupid football book I'm reading. I told you guys to read this football book, and then you got me off on a tangent on economics and Christianity and Catholics and Protestants and Martin Luther and you name it. The Dark Ages. I mean, we hit it all today. We literally hit it all today. I like talking about that. It's good that we all have open mind. Everybody should keep an open mind. You know, I think it's a beautiful thing. I really do. All right. Oh, start. I don't think I did a shuffle. I don't even think I did a shuffle. Frank from Philly. I think Frank is in here. Frank, are you out here? Is Frank out here? It is a fun topic, Edward. I'm happy you enjoyed it, or what, you know. Not everybody will. That's fine though. You loved it. See, Brandon, you know me. I know I talk Eagles, but at the end of the day, Brandon, I'll talk anything. I've always thought about making content about more than just Eagles. You know, I don't think I should limit myself to Eagles. You know, I love talking about a lot of things. I think I can converse with people on a litany of subjects. Frank must have bailed. The religion talk got Frank out of here. He's now done and dusted. Wild Bear's out of here too. She's done and dusted. I talk anything. I enjoy. Thanks. Praise the Lord. There you go, Tony. I have to go teach. Let me know when I win the Coop jersey. Kimberly, I'll let you know. I'm here for it, brother. The conversations are great. Thank you, Brandon. Frank dipped. He said, this dude's talking about religion. I'm out. This dude's talking about religion. I'm out. Religion has always been probably the number one topic that scares people off. Frank, are you there? I want Frank to win because he was in here today. Z, you're called the jack of all trades minus the dancing. That's funny. That's funny. You should, Big Z. Master Eagle, you would subscribe. Good stuff, dude. Appreciate you, Master Eagle. Although, Master Eagle, you never answered me about what I was wrong about earlier, and I'm not happy about that. I like it when I'm told I'm wrong. I like to be told what I'm wrong. Zander told us 55 minutes ago he was leaving. Big Mike, don't hold it against me. Frank from Philly's cooked. We're doing no shuffles. We're just rapid firing these giveaways right now. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. JD3! Look at this dude. JD3, he's here. I know he's here. He's right here. He's here. Where is this dude? Where is this dude? Yes, sir. There he is. He's here. All right, JD, what size are you? 4XL? What do you got, JD? What do you got, JD? Let me see what I got for you. JD, what size, brother? What size, brother, man? No, he's a member on the website. He's a member on the website. So if you're a member on the website, you're still included. Kimberly's also a member on the website. Big Mike says, Z, once a bullshitter, always a bullshitter. It takes one to know one. Big Mike, are you calling me a bullshitter, Big Mike? XL. I think I got XL. Yeah, I got XL. There's 1XL. There's 2XL. I got a lot of XL. That's actually good news for you. XL. Wow, 3XL. I'm almost out of the other sizes. That's a 2X. That's a medium. That's a 2X. All right. JD3. Option 1. This is the on-field shirt. Option 2. Got the W shirt. Option 3. The Heather Gray Fanatic shirt. 956, I already sent you a medium. You got it stolen. I don't know what you want me to do to you. I don't know how you want me to help you. I've already sent you a shirt. You want the... What is up with Rich? What's up with you keep saying leggings? The last one. Okay. You like this one? Let's go. All right, JD, email me, brother. JD, I'm going to ship this thing today. Oh, Frank shows up. Oh, no. Oh, no. Frank from Philly shows up at the last second. See, this is where you guys create tough situations for your boy, Big Z. This is where you create tough situations for me, folks. That's a double giveaway. See, you guys always do. Frank, tell me what size you are. If I got the size, it's done. JD3 is the first winner, though. You only have so much time to claim, Frank. This isn't like a freaking free-for-all. Frank from Philly doesn't make the rules around here, Frank. Come on, Frank. Yeah, I'm with Philly fangirl. Where were you, Frank? Where were you? What size are you, Frank? Answer the fucking question. I always give it. You guys know this. I always end up giving it away. How many times did I try and shit on you guys and say you're disqualified, and then I end up giving it away? Look, Chester Parks, where's the love? See, I'm doing 3 giveaways, and Chester Parks is like, where's the love? I can't win. Frank, just tell me what size you are, Nimrod. That's hilarious, Rays. That's my email. Let's base it on the excuse. Let's hear it, Frank. Where were you? I love that, Ryan. Frank isn't live? Oh, man. Frank, you got to click the live button, dude. Oh, you're right. This is a dictatorship. Exactly right. All right, JD3, you've already claimed your shirt, though. You've made your pick. This goes over here. JD3 is the winner. Where's Frank? Yeah, he's going to send his size in 10 minutes. You're right, Dirty Air. That's exactly what happened. Oh, gosh. XL. All right, Frank, I got you. Frank. I got you. You're getting the W. Let me write it down. You guys always win, I swear. You guys always get over on me. You always do. All right? I love doing it, so don't get me wrong, okay? JD3. Winner number 1 today. He gets the XL SB t-shirt. Frank from Philly. XL got the W t-shirt. Rich says, dude, wait till you have a daughter. Oh, Rich, I'm going to be bad with my kids, dude. I'm going to get them everything. Especially daughters. Sons, you got to earn it. Daughters, princess. Daughters, princess. All day. Yeah, the funniest part is, Rich, you don't need to have a weight to have a daughter when it comes to women, you know. You know how women don't change. All right, we got 2 winners so far. We're going to have 4 today now. All right. So Frank from Philly gets it. Frank, email me, Frank. Eduardo says, I ain't going to hold you, bro. My daughter's got me wrapped around their finger. I believe it, Eduardo. That's a good one, man. That's how it should be. Eduardo, you take care of him. But Eduardo, I can tell just from having you in this chat, I can tell that you're a good man. I can tell. You're a good man. Eduardo, I'm sure your daughters love their father, which is great. Frank. This mother. Hey, yo, Frank. I love you, brother. But holy shit. All right, time to get emails. JD3 and Frank, email me. JD3 and Frank. My daughter's 26. She's still spoiled. Love it, Chester. JD, I did not get your email. I'm looking at my email. Did you go to junk? I don't see no email, JD. Oh, got it. Got it, JD. Got it, JD. Got it, JD. Love you, Zander. Yeah, Frank. I love you too, Frank. You know, Frank, today's the day that you get that Philadelphia tough love. It's like, fuck you, but I love you, Frank. Oh, we call that Philadelphia tough love, Frank. Oh, man. Frank, fuck you, but I love you. Oh, man. Oh, that's good stuff. That is good stuff. All right, it's time to do our family giveaway. Yes, sir, Rich. You know she's bringing me food. And she also stocked me up on my favorite drinks. Thank you, honey. Thank you, baby girl. All right, let's go family members now. All right, if you're a family member on the site as compared to a family member on the channel, how should I do this? Should I do, those are the site members. These are the channel family members. I think I'm just going to do all one for this. For the main jersey giveaways, we'll do the extra entries. For this one, I think I'm just going to do, if you're a legend, you're in it. If you're a family member, you're in it. Is that fair? Is everybody good with that? It's a dictatorship anyway. Howard says, my twin daughters haven't hit teen status yet. They're 11 and I do my best, waiting for that stage when dad is just an embarrassment. Nah, Howard, never say that, man. You're their Superman and you will be for life, brother. Yo, Z, don't forget to eat before this. I just told you, my girl's on her way over. She's bringing me food, bro. She's bringing me food. She's bringing me food and drinks. This dude, Frank. You can tell Frank's driving or something because he's like, Frank, I sent you the email 4 times. Frank, listen closely, Frank. Zander. That's Zander. At the little sign. You know the sign on your keyboard. You click it. It's got the little A. It's like an A, a little loopy around the A. At JAKIB, JAKIB, Sports, SPORTS.com, COM, Zander at JAKIBSports.com. I know he's driving. That's why I sounded it out for him. You know, I even taught him how to spell it if he needs to. Frank, I love you, Frank, but fuck you, Frank. All right. I'm an excellent speller. We just talked about what I was good at in school. I got eliminated, disqualified from a spelling bee in the 2nd grade because I was too good at spelling. They eliminated me. They said, Zander is too good at spelling. Let's give some of the other kids a chance. And maybe that's the day I learned that all the people here who win, I want to try and give something to everybody. Maybe that's the day I learned that. They disqualified me from a spelling test. You know what the word? I remember what the word was, if you can believe it. 2nd grade. How old are you in 2nd grade? I don't even know. No, some Indian kid didn't win it. No. Appreciate. That was the word I spelled. Nobody could spell it. I'm looking at my classmates like, what are you, stupid? APPRECIATE. I remember it because I used to say APPRECIATE. That was the word, appreciate. I won the spelling bee on that word, and they eliminated me. They eliminated me. That was the day I said, I hate school. I will not finish school. I will be a college dropout because of this. Oh, man, that's funny. That is funny. Here we go, Caesar. What up, Caesar? I don't have a daughter, but I have 3 nieces in golf. And good God, I love them. I give my life and more for those girls. Caesar, well done by you, my friend. Caesar, you got kids on the way? You got kids on the way? Come on, Caesar. I getting married in less than a year. I'll tell you what, that wouldn't surprise me if my soon-to-be wife is pregnant. Folks, we could conceive on wedding night. And if it ain't wedding night, it'll be the honeymoon. All right? Ready? Incoming. TMI comments. Oh, cry me a river. Oh, cry me a river. All right, we got the family members. Guys, for the family giveaway, you don't have to be here, but man, I hope you're here. I hope you're here. Z firing missiles. Oh, geez, Ian East. You're not wrong. No kids for me. Oh, Caesar, you can't say that. Not yet. Wait, I'd like to hear this. Brandon says, nah, Philly 500, the king of talking about matrimonial duty. What does he say? I love toothpicks, Rich. Yes, I am a toothpick guy. Look, got my toothpicks right here. Love my toothpicks. Sometimes you'll see me. See, when I was like in grade school, you know, the pencils, the Ticonderoga pencils, I used to just destroy them. Literally just like chewed them to oblivion. Same with my pens. So I've always liked chewing shit, dude. Always. Toothpicks. Love them. After every win, Philly 500 talks about making babies. That's how many kids does 500 have? How many kids does 500 have? $500 is hilarious. I absolutely love Philly 500. I really do. He's such a good dude. 3 or 4? Nice. I'm going to have him beat too. God willing. God, please bless me with as many kids as humanly possible. Everybody say that prayer for your boy Big Z. All right, even Ryan, even people who aren't religious. Please bless Zander with 8+ kids. 8+ kids would just be iconic. 8 is like bare minimum what I'm looking for. All right, let's do this. You get JAKIB merch for the family members today. Abe, I kind of hope you win, to be honest with you. 10+ kids. There you go, Izzy B. That's what I need. Yo, M. Reyes. M. Reyes, not a funny comment. M. Reyes, not a funny comment. Take it back. I'm deleting that comment. M. Reyes, don't say that shit. Not cool, M. Reyes. Not cool. Not cool. Not cool. 8 minimum. I know you're, there's no jokes when it comes to that stuff. All right, here we go. JAKIB merch for a family member. Start her up. Come on. Tony! Yee! That's my boy, Tony! Tony, are you out there? Let's go, Tony. I think Tony's here. This is epic. This is absolutely epic. Where's my boy, Tony? I'm pretty sure he's here. He was here a little bit ago. He's here. Let's go, Tony! Let's go, Tony. Oh, he's in a meeting. All right, Tony, I have your text. So I know Tony's here. Tony, I'll hit you up on text, all right? Tony is in his Corvette winning merch. He doesn't know. You don't need to be here. I just wanted him to be here. You don't need to be in here. Tony, thank you, brother. Tony, yeah, I love Tony, man. Tony's a legend. Tony's got one of the most beautiful Corvettes you'll ever lay your eyes on. Let me just show it off. I always show it off. I love his Corvette. I was texting with Tony yesterday. He supports me here. He supports me on ZK's Garage. He bought JAKIB merch. Like he's a great supporter. I love when great support. Not that I don't love all my supporters, but I do love when people who are real honest supporters win. It makes me genuinely happy. Like Twiz, JD3. We got great winners today. Even Frank from Philly. Frank, as much as I'm pissed off at you today, Frank, I know you're an honest JAKIB fan. All right. Let me pull up Tony's dude, Tony's vet is literally so beautiful. It almost like it is literally the sexiest vet I've ever laid eyes on. Tony, I just love your spec, dude. Izzy says my $5 a month is absolutely it does, Izzy B. What a lie. Izzy B, if you won, I would be genuinely happy because I know you're a real supporter. You're here all the time. You're here all the time. Izzy B, I think that was a bad characterization, and I don't appreciate it. You are a welcome and loved supporter on JAKIB Nation. Oh, my God. That is literally such a sick vet. I'm showing it. Tony gets a W. We're showing the vet. It's just how it goes. Oh, wait. I don't want to show my text. There we go. Z, expedite my hat. Rich, I told you I don't get the hats in stock, dude. They come from my shop. They come from my shop. So they do it on their time, basically. Look at Tony's vet. Look at the purple. Look at the purple. It's got black and orange interior. Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. I literally love. It's not like drop shipped. It's like print to order, Rich. So that people order merch and then they print it and ship it. It's Printful. Go on Printful. You can see what it is. You know what I mean? It's like one of those. Yeah, Hysteria Purple, it's called. Such a sick vet, man. Such a sick vet. Such a sick vet. All right, congrats to my boy Tony. Let me write that down. Season winners. I'm up, guys. That was the 17th winner on the season. Now, not everything has been jerseys, but still, 17th season winner. Tony, you win a JAKIB hat and a JAKIB t-shirt, all right, brother? So I know you got some JAKIB merch already. I'll send you whatever you didn't get, all right? Tony, love you, brother, and appreciate you, man. Love you, brother, and appreciate you. It's called Hysteria Purple. Hysteria. Hysteria Purple. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. John's score prediction was what? 24-20? No, Hysteria. Oh, all right. Thanks. You're just fucking with me, as you always are. This dude Rich is just, he gets such a kick out of himself. Rich, one day I'm going to knock you over the head with a shovel. All right, Rich. All right, let's pull it back up. It's time for our legend giveaway, all right? It's time for our legend giveaway. This is for the Saquon jersey. Or, if it's not your size, you guys know me. I'm not giving you a jersey that's not your size. You guys let me know. All right. All right, there goes the fans. Let's go legend now. All right, shout out to all my legend members, man. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. So I just realized if you're a member on both, obviously your name will be listed twice, but there's no extra entries like we did. Like if you're a regular giveaway, you get like unlocked 3 extra entries. So for this, it's just like legend member. You can see Gary is a member on the site, and then Dirty Air is also a member on the YouTube channel. So I'm not removing his name though. He's a member in both places. So you get added. Kimberly, thanks for upgrading to legend. Josh B is also a legend on both, I believe. No, he downgraded. All good. So there's a couple people who are legend on both. Tyler Braswell, I think you're a legend on both. Tyler Braswell there. Yeah, and Tyler Braswell here. So that's how I'm doing that. You know, if you're, yes. So Jason, you're listed both. Jason A Team, Jason Murdoch. That's Jason A Team. Sorry to out your last name, Jason. And Jason A Team. So you're listed twice, Jason. So 50 entries, you got 2. Tyler, you got 2. All right. Remember, Emre says lots of legends. Well, this is both website and YouTube. But yeah, you're right. You're right. I appreciate it, guys. I need them. Guys, I need them. I'm telling you guys, I'm on the margins. You guys think I'm like rolling in the dough. I need them. All right. It goes a long way. So thank you for your support. All right. Yes, Lucius, that double legend status. Lucius, are you a double legend status as well? Russell Clement, that's Lucius. Sorry, I keep outing everybody's names. Lucius, I don't see you on the legend stat. Oh, yep, you're there. You're double. You're double, Lucius. Thank you, brother. Yes, you are a double. All right, here we go. Legend for the jersey. Let's do it. Confirm. No shuffles. Start. You do not have to be present for this. You do not have to be present for this. You do not have to be present for this. Mad Bird. Yeah, I love Mad Bird. Is he here? I got him on Twitter. I got him everywhere. So I hit him up. Mad Bird with the W. He's been a big supporter. He also did a massive order of JAKIB merch last year. I think he was our biggest order. He ordered like $200 worth of JAKIB merch last year. So Mad Bird's another epic supporter of ours. Mad Bird, appreciate you, brother. Is he in here? He might be in here. If not, I'll reach out to him. Mad Bird. My beautiful fiance just showed up. She says, "What are you doing in there?" All right. Should I tell her to come in? She will not. She's afraid. She doesn't want to come on the camera. Part of me wants to protect her from the camera. You know, part of me wants to protect her from the camera. Mad Bird, I love it, brother. Is Mad Bird here? No, he's not here, right? No, he's not here. All right. No, he's not here, but we love him. We appreciate him. All right. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Invite her in. I just did. I just texted her. Come on in. But she's not coming in, Brandon. Go eat, pal. Thanks, Chester. Got to warm up to the wedding stream. That's funny. Listen, Brandon Howard, you think I'm super chat and membership driven. She will cut the feed mid-wedding if the super chats aren't flowing. We need her to, that would be great content, Dirty Air. Film her a behind the scenes of me. Should I put a camera over there? I was thinking of getting a second camera just like on me for Xander time, but I don't know what it would look like. I feel like it'd look weird. She'll cut the feed if no supers. All right, guys, 3 winners today. 4 winners today. Frank. 4 winners today. Frank. Fucking Frank. Mad Bird with a W. He's going to be pumped when I reach out to him. Jersey. I'll get his size. I'll get him sent to Jersey. All right, everybody. I love you guys, man. I appreciate all of you guys for chilling with me all day today. We talked about literally everything, man. We talked about everything. I mean, we legitimately talked about one of the first books I ever read, Basic Economics, by Thomas Sowell. I think 700 pages long. You know, we talked about The Everlasting Man by the great G.K. Chesterton. I mean, we talked about, you know, everything. We went back and forth. Uh-oh. I hear the doors. Babe? I'm on air. All right, let me get out of here, everybody. I love all you guys, man. I appreciate all of you guys. Hit the like button. All right. 23-17, good score prediction. All right, appreciate all of you guys. Hit that like button. See you next time, everybody.
You've been listening to Birds 365, the destination for the passionate Eagles football fan who bleeds green. If it's Eagles football, we're talking about it. Debate inside the locker room and guests that are some of the greatest football minds from around the region. We hope you enjoyed the show. We know we had a blast. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll be back soon. But in the meantime, hook up with us on social media at JAKIB Sports. See you next time on Birds 365.